everybody, and welcome to an absolutely beautiful, crisp desert winter morning. We are at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club, an absolutely beautiful facility in Pahrump, Nevada. This is one of my absolute favorite locations, kind of right in between where you can find Charleston Peak, just a little bit north and west of Las Vegas. A great ski area there, and less really than about an hour away from that. And you're also about an hour and a half away from Death Valley. You're right between the Spring Mountains and the Funeral Mountains. This is an incredible location, and we are here with DriversEye Live to bring you this coverage of the opening round for 2026 of the Porsche Owners Club, now in their 71st year. How cool is that? Welcome, one and all. Great to be here, and really looking forward to bringing you some action on what is a really fascinating track. You know, you think desert, you think flat, but as I said, we're in the middle of these various mountain ranges. And one thing that runs right through the middle of this track, sort of north and south on the eastern edge of the track, you can see it here, are some swells. And of course, in between swells, you have dips. And so there's lots of corners like this, where the cars are coming over the top of a blind apex with a little bit of elevation. It undulates here, and most of that undulation, when they designed this track, they did a beautiful job of putting all the tricky bits, if you will, right in the middle of those swells. And it just makes for an absolutely fascinating racetrack. Two really huge overtaking areas, turn 5 and turn number 12. And you can see on that track map in the lower left there, turn 5 is that tight one that's sort of on the middle of that image on the right side. And then the even tighter one is turn 12. Those are the two really, really stout overtaking areas. And that is in an area they call Badgers here, which is the double apex, turn 4 and 5, or turn 4A and turn 4B, I should say. And that's what happens when you enter turn 4A too quick. And then you just drop the tires right off the outside edge, because at that transition point at turn 4, you start falling down one of the swells again. And so it goes off camera, and it becomes a really tricky corner. So we're going to see a fair bit of that. And of course, in the desert, it just brings up all those plumes of dust. And as you can see, a lot of areas on this track where the edge is just gravel, right? And so you go off in the wrong angle, especially if you kind of dip a tire on the inside, you could haul some of that up onto the track itself. But the track surface is pristine, absolutely beautiful. That is the entry to turn 9. And, you know, it's funny with the tight corners here and the really tricky bits down through those swells, there's also some corners that just go on forever. And as we cut back here, you can see another opportunity for one of those really fun corners. That's Nighthawk. And Nighthawk to me is sort of a mini reverse corkscrew, if you will, only when you do that drop down into it, instead of the next turn falling away, here it climbs again. You get a lot of compression down at the bottom here of Nighthawk, so you can grab the throttle. It'll be aggressive on turn in. You might have to breathe it or do a short shift if you're way up in the revs as you come back over the top at the exit of Nighthawk. And that's what makes this track so fun and so challenging, is it is a really fast but technical challenge here. And this turn is 17, second to the last corner. And it's awesome because the exit of turn 16 is a super fast right-hand sort of flick. And then as you get into 17, you're literally still turning as you jump on the brakes. That's what makes it tricky. And now let's head down to the grid and take a look at some of these phenomenal machines that are going to be out there. And we are getting ready to go. Now, this is going to be qualifying that's coming up, and it's Orange Cup, and it's a big group of cars, lots of entries. So we literally split it into 2 groups to give everybody a little bit of extra space out there. There are 15-minute qualifying times, and you can see the BSR on the side of the cars here. That is Boxster Spec Racing. And that's the class 4 Boxsters, all to a very similar spec. But we also have some GT cars that are in that mix. And that is what kind of keeps things interesting here, because you've got GT cars, which are, they're Porsches from different eras, different drivetrains. You can see the big wing on the back there of the number 5. That's the gentleman who currently is the current president of the Porsche Owners Club, and that number 5, that's John Momeyer. And he was the champion of Spec 2.7 last year. And the orange group session points as well. Big thanks, of course, to Drive Skills, Toyo Tires. We really appreciate that. And as we said, getting ready to head out on track for the qualifying for the orange competition group. The other competition group is called red, and there's a little bit less numbers in that one, but the cars are significantly higher performance. So really gives, no matter what kind of Porsche you own, this gives you an opportunity to be able to come out and take a look and be able to run. So that's the cool thing, is if you're, kind of a newbie, you've got an older Porsche, you've got a Boxster that you might want to compete in, they've got a group for you here. And on the other hand, if you have something really fast, they've got a group for you there as well. So you can see some of the cars. Look there at the 346. That is a beautiful machine. Karen Robinson, 98 Boxster, and she's part of the Racing to End Alzheimer's team. And she started in POC and time trials, performance driving. And then in 2017 attended POC's Racer Clinic and decided in 2018 it was time to go out and actually race that beautiful Boxster. And so she was able to get ready to do that. I think, I'm looking in the background here, trying to catch the number of that car, but there's a nice mix. And as you can see, obviously the Boxster spec is all Boxsters, but here you can see a really nice group of machines. That's one of the GT5 cars. That's Bersaleli, and that's an 86 Carrera. What a gorgeous machine. And he's getting set there. Been racing for over 23 years. And mostly now Porsche Owners Club, a little bit of NASA racing from time to time. That's the 184 of Brian O'Mara backing in, getting ready to go. The 152 is one of the Spec 2.7 machines, and again, that's also a Boxster. It's going to look very similar to one of the Boxster spec cars, but the difference is it has the 2.7 power plant and the limited slip diff, while the others, the regular Boxster spec, that's an open diff. So a little bit different in terms of the mechanicals. Here goes the number 66 heading out on track as well. So we are getting ready for qualifying, first of the 2 qualifying groups for this orange competition, and it's called Orange Cup. So it's the orange racing group that is heading out here. This track itself, 3.23 miles, so essentially we'll call it 3.25 miles, 18 turns as we talked about, as the cars are making their way down the pit straight. And we'll be tracking some times here for you as soon as they start to put them up. And take a look here. This is turn 3. If you really get a nice run out of turn 2 and the guy in front of you makes a little mistake, you might be able to surprise outbrake him here. But as you can see, as you turn in, it falls away a little bit because you're starting into that swell. Then you come up the ridge of the swell to Badgers, or turn 4A, turn 4B. We're looking at the exit of 4B here. You can see how it falls away, very off camber, and you've got to be really, really careful and make sure you have a little bit later turn in so you don't push right off the outside. Ooh, see that car right there down at turn 5, turned in way too early with too much speed. And you want to control that. And you'll see the cones that are out there in some of the apex curbs, and they're placed there just to give everybody, that's the spot where you really should be apexing, just to give you an idea of how you want to get through these corners. And here, the really, really long, there's a couple of super long turns here, turn 8 in particular. But if you add turn 1, turn 2, 8 into turn 9. They're both long arcing corners and can really pace the tires, a little bit. So you've got to be mindful of that. Later it isn't going to be a big problem right now, and it's 50 degrees, but later in the day it's going to be up into the 70s, and just the black asphalt's going to just soak up the sun. And you got to be careful after you've really hustled, say, through turn 8. Those right side tires might be pretty darn hot, and then you get into turn 9, and you might find yourself struggling at the exit of 9 with a little bit of grip. This is the section called Nighthawk, where you fall into it, and you can see right there, you hit the bottom of it, it compresses. You can, be a little bit more aggressive on the throttle with a breathe coming up out of Nighthawk. And then down into turn 12, like I said, best overtaking area on the track. And Nighthawk's tricky, and that's one of the really fun things, is when you have a track like this, where they have all of the really tricky bits essentially leading into a corner that's a really good overtaking corner. So if you can hustle somebody into making a little bit of a mistake, overshooting Nighthawk a little bit, overshooting, going too hot into turn 4 and running wide on the exit, some of the other sections here where you can get a guy to hustle and make a little mistake in the tricky bits. And one of the things that we were talking about, some of these undulations like turn 6 and 7 and the area they call Tortoise, which is 13, 14, 15. And again, you're going up, down, up, and over these swells. And they've done a really fun job of putting the apexes of a lot of those sections at the top of these swells. So it's blind commitment and getting going. We've got somebody off in turn 1 right now, and already back and going again. Early times coming in here, and they're just completing their outlap, so we'll wait really for the next lap to unfold. As you can see, with a 3.25 mile lap here, a 15-minute session runs pretty quickly. I mean, we're at 10.5 minutes, so we haven't really had a time set up yet. So you've got to really put together a lap fairly early in the going here, which means you really want to put in a nice banker lap, get a nice solid lap in early. And then if there's time left, you can really try and hustle one if you want to. But you just really got to be mindful of the time, because it just kind of folds and goes away in a big hurry here at this stage. So I think we actually may have a little problem with our scoring, because we're not seeing any times coming up. And, we're down to under 5 minutes left in this session. Like I said, it flies by. We're approaching 10 minutes and 35 seconds into this already. So it's really cruising here. But we still don't have a time. So sorry about that, folks. See right there down in that turn 12, that is that super tight corner. Somebody trying a wide arc through there. The real key to that corner, that group of cars look pretty solid, is this is a classic late apex turn, unless you've got somebody right behind you looking to make a pass. Then you might feint over a little bit, tighten your entry up to try and dissuade them from stuffing it in there. But if you're by yourself, and this is something that is commonplace on most racetracks, is the way you drive a qualifying lap sometimes is completely different, certainly in certain sections, of the way you drive a racing lap when you're actually, you're trying to get by somebody or somebody's trying to get by you. And that is the fascinating part of racing, and the way that they've got this set up here really comes true. And you get into nice move into turn 1. And that's the other part of it, is cooperation. Remember, the key word here is club, Porsche Owner Club. So the last thing you want to do, man, he got through there really wide. Last thing you want to do is, be responsible for wrinkling your car, or worse, someone else's, and being in the wrong. So you really want to be respectful here. All right, got some times coming in here, and top of the order right now is John Momeyer and his GT5 machine. That is the a Porsche Boxster, but it runs in GT5, and he just uncorked a 2:37.6. Pretty solid lap here. And right now, he's well clear of everybody else. About 4 seconds clear of the next driver, the number 152. And as I say that, Alan Watts apparently didn't like me talking about such a big gap. And the 225 of Watts in his Boxster spec machine just turned to 2:37.4. And that's a scant less than 2/10 now clear of Momeyer, who then they still have a pretty big gap back to the 152 of Vivek Hazari. And he's running the spec 2.7 car. The Alan Watts is in Boxster spec and second in Boxster spec right now, fourth overall is the 486. Greg Scarcello, and he just has a 2:42.9. So margins, behind that big gap are really, really snug. We've got a couple of differences are down underneath a tenth of a second, and you would expect that, in a sort of spec class right now. Randy Bergram in the GT7 machine, which is an 88 Porsche 944, only GT7 car out there right now that I can see on my entries, has a 3 minute and 5 lap. So I think there's some time to work on here, but it's still Watts overall quick and spec Boxster or Boxster spec, top of the order. John Momeyer, second overall, fastest in GT5, and Adam Abrams, fastest right now in Boxster spec, with Vivek Hazari topping the spec 2.7 entry. And taking a look here, second of the GT5 cars is Bear Salali, the number 47, but he's down a little bit, running about 10th overall at this stage. Second of the spec 2.7 cars, the 219 of Enrique Mar. He's also a little bit farther down the order, so time to work on here as we are coming up now on just past the halfway point of this session. Sorry about the little bit of confusion earlier when I was talking about times. I misread that it was counting up, not counting down. My bad. And John Momeyer, man, did he just put one together? A 2:36.483, 2 minutes 36.483 seconds. Now tops the orange group by 0.9 of a second. Again, this is a 3.25 mile track with 18 corners, and the top two are separated by under a second. That's pretty remarkable here. The gap between Abrams, who right now is sitting in the third spot, the 704 of Adam Abrams, and fourth, the 184 of Brian O'Meara, he's moved up into the order. The gap between those two, third and fourth overall, and second and third in spec Boxster, half a second. So really, really close stuff. And, you think about how quick half a second is, and then you think about over 3.25 miles and all the opportunities for mistakes like that one. And that's just approaching going in way too hot. And sometimes you've got to think about these tight corners, particularly in a qualifying run, is the old adage. You hear a lot of driver schools, slow in, fast out. So don't overshoot. That's going to kill the exit. And then you carry that deficit, that loss of speed relative to other cars all the way to the next braking zone. So better to be a little conservative on the entry and work your way toward, just finding that limit through that corner than just pitching it in there and running wide like that, because you're just going to be slow out. So that's a very, very big deal, is controlling your entry to get the best possible exit. See if anybody has made a big move here. Jane Scarcello, the 66, has just put in a great lap, jump to 7th overall, and only 1.2 seconds behind Greg Scarcello. I honestly don't know if they are related. You would think so. Yeah, see, This is the exit of turn 15. You can see how light the cars get coming over that brow, and you're turning, you can't see them. And if we can't see them from this angle, they can't see the apex. That cone helps because that gives that another, what? I don't know, those cones are probably 4 or 5 feet. So it gives you the opportunity to at least have a target point. But sometimes you turn to it, and that's not what you want to do. That's where you want to clip the apex, if you will. And so you still have to really, in these blind approaches over brows, and where the apex is at the high point where the car will then immediately get light. That's what makes the technical challenge so exciting. Is, you're dancing on the edge of adhesion. You go into one of the drops, you get the compression, lots of grip, and then you go, okay, well, I can really pin it here. You come up over that rise, and you've realized, ooh, I turned in early, and then you try and keep it on line. The back end comes around, and away you go. So that's all. There's so many tricks on driving a track like this that has these technical challenges, and one of them is right here, exiting turn 4, and that run downhill. But that exit of 4 is off camber, and that means that the road goes away. It's like anti-banking, right? And so that's where one of the real challenges is. You want to hustle the car because it drops all the way downhill. You build speed into a great overtaking area. But if you push too hard and run wide, for whatever reason, you're just, like we were talking about, you're going to be slow. And so you got to be mindful about that. And that white Boxster that we've kind of been seeing in the frame frequently here, I hate to say it, but whoever's driving that has a real tendency to turn in too early. And that's what I'm talking about. So you have to wait to get back on the throttle when you turn in early. And if you turn in a little bit later, having a look here at the GT5 standings, and again, John Momeyer not only topping GT5, but topping this session right now. The other GT5 driver is Bear Saleli, and he's moved up now a couple of spots, so he's now in the top 10 area. Nothing quite like the sound of a field full of Porsches. There's the checker flag coming out, wrapping up this session. We'll let all the cars go through. John Momeyer actually improved his speed to a 235.5 and opened that margin up over Alan Watts. Again, different classes, but they still start. The grid will be, I assume, in just overall run order. He opened it up from 0.9 of a second to 1.4. So great set of laps for him later in the going. Alex Maslov made a great jump, the 209, jumping up into 6th overall. And that would put him 3rd or 4th in Boxster spec. So nice job for him. Just slipping around the Scarcellos. Mike Porteous. And Mike is one of the drivers who had a lot of success last year running that 170. And doing super well in the points for him. Yeah, he was 2nd in points in GT7, and this year's moved up to Boxster spec. So good for him. You love to see that when somebody really has a good season in a quote-unquote lower class, to then say, all right, I want to step up. I want to go a little faster. And what's important to remember here is you're taking a look at the overall order here. You can see there some of the cars. There's Saleli and Momeyer, and I don't know why they have Momeyer down there, but that he's actually top of this whole group. So, but one of the things about this is, other than these spec classes, This is really, when we talk about the GT classes and the like, that's all power to weight. So that's the one thing when you decide, all right, I did well in this class, I want to move up, I want some more power. Well, that's great, but suddenly that car is heavier as well, right? And a heavier car is not as agile a car. And now it might have more aero, which kind of counteracts the weight, compared to a lighter car that doesn't have any aero. So there are little things that change. But you still, racing is all about, applied physics, and weight transfer, as it's called, is one of the absolute key things, which is getting the weight on the corner of the car, the front of the back, where it's going to give you the best grip and best performance. And so when you go to a heavier car, that really becomes even more critical. And it's nice to see guys move up like that. So great stuff. And second group, again, we have two groups here, 15 minutes each. So here's the second group of what they call the Cup Racing Orange Group. Once again, presented by Drive Skills, and a big thank you as well to Toyo Tires for their support of this orange group. And now these guys have their 15 minutes of fame, as it were, to go out and see what they can put together. Again, watching turn 5. It's kind of a telltale. Ooh, missed the apex completely there. And when you miss the apex like that, generally what that means is you've essentially, let me back up a little bit. If you drive the corner correctly from the turn-in point, which should be all the way to the outside of the track, you arc in, clip the apex, and then accelerate all the way to the outside of the track on the exit. That's the widest, most open arc, right, in terms of degrees you can run through a corner. That's going to be the fastest way to get through that corner. So when you miss the apex significantly, what you've done now is you tighten that radius up, right? And so and that's where you see somebody that turns in too late, misses the apex, or they're just too fast so they can't get it to the apex. Then they really have to slow down to get the car to not push right off the outside of the track on the exit. So what have we done there? Well, we go back to what I was talking about previously about fast in, slow out, or slow in, fast out. And if you really botch the entry to the corner, you're usually going to be very slow coming out. And then if you were trying to, one, put in a good lap, that's gone. Or two, if you're trying to catch somebody, you're not going to do that in that next section of track. Or maybe you were thinking, I can get him in the next corner. Well, not if you butchered the corner before. And if you're running in front of somebody and you have that problem, you're kind of a sitting duck into the next corner. So, you just continually, and that's what this is all about, right? Is just you go out there and you're a member of this club and you come out and you do lapping days and you're just putting in the time and learning, all right, how do I get around this track, right? What's the best I can do? And you keep shooting for that improvement. Ooh, that was dancing on the edge there at the exit of 4. But, that track out at 4 there is what, one of what I call on racetracks a commitment meter. And if you're not nicking that curb coming out of 4, you're not going fast enough. There are spots where you just have to say, I got to dance this thing on the edge if I'm going to be significantly quick here, right? And that's really what it's all about. It's the exit of turn 9. And again, as I said, you will have just come through that long. Ooh, we've got a yellow flag and a white flag. And usually that white flag means a slow-moving vehicle as well. Now, in this case, it means there's a recovery vehicle that has come out to respond. And, you know, I do a fair amount of corner working, or at least I did for many years. And so you work with those recovery vehicles, the emergency cruises they call it, and the ones that are trained well, it really is awesome. And I can see where that recovery vehicle parked, that this group knows what they're doing, because the first thing you do is you pull and you put the recovery vehicle between oncoming traffic in the car, and that's when you release somebody from the recovery vehicle to go talk to the driver. So if somebody gets it wrong, that's on track, they're going to hit the recovery vehicle and not a guy standing talking to a driver. That was a little wide. So, and then obviously that's when you protect. If you got to do the tow, you hook everything up, get it ready. Then you bring the recovery vehicle around to the front of the car. And then following, point instructions from a corner worker, if it's in kind of a blind area, whatever, you find the gap in traffic and you pull the car back onto the track in a safe manner. So it's all, and, let's give a shout out too to the corner workers. Most of them, a lot of them are volunteers. Usually at these clubs, they do get a paycheck, but they're out there in this sun all day. Like I said, it's nice and cool, but that doesn't mean that that sun's still not cooking you. And you're out there, and you're the ones that are in harm's way. And you're giving pretty crucial information to the drivers, either by flags, and you're also the eyes and ears of race control because they can't see the entire track. So, you're the eyes and ears on these corners. That provides pretty key information to race control to know what the status of things is out there. So that's where we are. All right, we have a new top time. It's Nick Kilnani in the Boxster spec category, the number 227, and he has now put in a time at a 2:33 flat. But Chris McDuff in the 372 Boxster spec, only 0.6 of a second behind him. And then we have Dominic Ong, the number 494 Boxster spec, sitting in the third spot, just another second back. Then the 457 of Chris Basson in his Boxster spec, only less than half a second back. And then we get to, John Momeyer's time from the first group. Matthew Hollander, who was in the second group, the number 69, is now up into 7th overall in the combined running, so a great run for him. 409 of Klaus Drayman is up to 9th. He's one of the drivers that is out in this group, as is Matthew Hatley. And the 401, the 96. Oh, right as I'm talking, we're getting a little update. The 96 of Carl Vandershoot. He now is the second fastest GT5 car at a 2:37, referencing Momeyer's time at 2:35. So within a couple of seconds, that is definitely closer than we have seen the other GT5 cars. All right. Okay. Catch a couple of cars and see if we can track them around here. Qualifying has, boy, it hustles through, doesn't it? We've got about 5 minutes left here. This is the exit of that really fast 13, 14, 15. Right there. Ah, what a great section of corners. Oh, you clip that curb just a little bit. It's fun. Here we go. High speed through 16, hard braking into 17. When you exit 17, you want to be mid-track or more to the right. If you're wider than mid-track, you're really going to be slow through 18 and onto that long front straight and into that fast turn 1. And that's Michael Greenberg, the 99 we're following in that beautiful blue machine. Michael just put up a 2-minute 40.7. Keep an eye on him, see what he can do. All right, little early there. See these other cars a little wider. You see the turn in. Michael just tended to turn in a smidge early. Here he is. Ooh, missed the apex there. And down into that really tight turn 5. There he is. That looked pretty good. That was turned in way too early. And believe me, I've got I had an instructor throw a hat at me during a driving school and tell me to stop doing the dirty early turn in. That was at Canada Corner at Road America, and it was great because by the end of the day I'd figured it out and would turn in later and trail into the corner, and then I could get on the throttle, and by the exit point I had so much more speed. And you know, that's the light bulb goes off at that point, right? So through turn 12, there he is. Well, see a little, that wasn't bad, you know. And he didn't use that inside curb, but he was right up against it. And that's okay, you know. Sometimes when you hit a curb, it unsettles the car, as the checkered flag now is out on this session. So if you're on the lap, it's good. And see what happens here. Yep. I think the guy we were following has backed off it. And most of these cars will have a predictive time that they can read, and if they can see they're well off of their time. But let's talk about this battle at the front here, because late in the going, Carl Vandershoot improved his time. Now that's a GT5 car to a 2:31.4, but Nicky Kilcani improved his time significantly to a 2:31.52. The difference between our top two cars, yes, they're different race or classes, but the difference between our top two cars is 66 one-thousandths of a second, folks. That is close. And then Chris McDuff is only another second off of Kilcani in the 372. And then we have a bunch of groups where the times, you know, are separated by half a second or less, including between Murray Wonderly and his Boxster Spec 614, 6th overall, and Matt Hollander and his number 69, difference of 49 one-thousandths of a second. So this is going to be fun. It's some good close times, you know, and yeah, we always have to keep in mind, you know, what's going on within the various classes. But, you know, when the green flag flies, regardless of what class you're in, if you're up near the sharp end, you're thinking overall. That's, if you're a truly competitive racer, that's your mindset. End of story. So, and in the background there, that corner that those two white cars are coming through, that's that turn 8, and it just goes on forever. You can see the entry to it, the exit of turn 7, just off mid-screen to the right, and you can see how long that turn 8 is. Like I said, that'll take a toll on tires, especially as things start to warm up here in Pahrump, one of my favorite areas of the world, the desert Southwest, and particularly up in here. And while we're watching this wrap up, just going to remind you that we're going to have a little bit of a break, about 55 minutes in our coverage. And then we will be back for qualifying for the Cup Racing Red Group. The Cup Racing Red Group, same format, 2 15-minute sessions, where, you know, the second one starts as the cars start to pit from the first one. And that group, the cars in the Red Group tend to be significantly quicker in terms of performance. And really look forward to seeing how the drivers get on in those cars. It should be pretty spectacular. So that is what is coming up next here as we are watching the last few cars circulate. I'm kind of looking to see if anybody just threw in a really solid late lap. So let's take a look at things by the groups here. Carl Vandershoot topping the order overall and in GT5 with that 2:31.4. John Momeyer second, a bit back, 4 seconds adrift. The 99 of Michael Greenberg is third in the class, only a half second back. Espazi Azores in the 2:16, another chunk back. Then the number 47 of Bear Salele, and then no time for the 948 of Phil Town. Spec Boxster is the 2:27 of Nick Kilnani, topping that at a 2:31.3. But boy, I'll tell you, competition is close here. Second, the 4:57 of Chris Basin. My bad. Sorry, Chris. At a 2:31.6. That's a tenth and a half off. Then the 372 sits in the third spot. That's Chris McDuff. So that's how things stand. And we are going to wrap things up here for this first bit of a full day of coverage from Spring Mountain Resort and Country Club here in Pahrump, Nevada. Orange Cup qualifying in the books. We'll be back in about an hour with Red Group qualifying. Don't go too far away.
100,000 miles on my dually. Everywhere. Anywhere in the United States.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the opening round of the Porsche Owners Club 2026 season here at Spring Mountain Resort and Country Club on the Charleston East full circuit, an absolutely remarkable venue as we are down on the grid and getting ready to go with our Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Red Group qualifying sessions. They split them into two groups of 15 minutes each, and they are getting ready to go and head out onto the track here in very short order. You can see beautiful machines here. There are 5 different groups represented in the red group. The spec 991.2 class, which is the really popular class. And then they've got GT1, GT2, GT3, GT4. And really, all of those other categories are basically power to weight, right? With some modifiers here and there. But that's really what we're looking at. And then, of course, for the spec 991.2 class, it's the GT3 Cup car in full factory racing spec for the model run of the 991.2. And you can see some of the drivers getting ready to go there and looking forward to what they're going to be able to do. This is the faster of the two groups, which of course makes this exciting. That looks like the number 722. Yeah, that is Garrett Wesseling. He's one of the quick guys out here as well, and we're going to be keeping an eye on him. Let's check in with I think it's John Momeyer down there, maybe having a chat with him.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll continue looking at some of the fabulous machines here. There's a number of them. The 787 is Paul Wren, and that's one of the GT3 cars, and that is an 07 Porsche GT3. Some really quick stuff here. There's the beautiful Liqui-Moly machine, and that is the number 100. And of Anna Predescu, and she is one of the real front runners in this category. So we're going to certainly be keeping a real eye on her in the qualifying session. And she finished 3rd in the championship last year. And at the final major event of the season, she was one of the absolute fastest out there. We're also going to be keeping an eye out for the number 16 of Ivan Benade. He has been very fast. There's Eric Olbers. And Eric is running in the 992.1 category. And I have some real familiarity with Mr. Olbers because he ran in the SCCA World Challenge from 2006 to 2009. And I happened to be announcing it. And I remember announcing Eric very well. That's the Westwood Racing Supplies 2023 GT Cup machine. And this guy's been racing a long time. And that's what makes it fun. In the background there, you see the number 16 right there. That is another of the very fast drivers. That's Eben Benade in his 2019 Spec 9912 machine, sponsored by Vision Motorsports. And he is one of the really fast guys out there, too. So certainly have some opportunities to watch some really quick machines here. Now, in the GT3 category, I want to point out a couple of drivers that see if they may, now again, there's 2 groups, so they may not be out in this group. So there's that's Dwayne Selby, who is a really quick. He was 2nd in the points last year in that beautiful number 7. And let's see if there's being a chat going on here.
Very technical. You got a challenge. You got to be very precise, very clean on your lines, and that's it's hard to do when you're under the pressure of trying to get a fast time.
All right. Well, we're rooting for you.
All right. Great interview there with Mr. Selby. I think that was Mike Momeyer, who is the head of the whole thing. So big thanks to whoever did that interview. We really appreciate that, to be sure. And again, he's one of the guns, 2nd in the points last year. And doing a really, really stout job.
I'm going to set the camera down here, okay?
And these machines, these are the cars that are really, really quick. I don't believe we have any GT1 cars out there, which in the description that you get for GT1, no limit on horsepower or weight. So, but we don't have any of those running, but we do have some GT2 machines and they get around here in a real hurry as well. Then there's the GT3, which is roughly 340 to 360 horsepower on the dyno and weighing around 2,900 to 3,100 pounds. Again, relative to that horsepower. Absolutely beautiful day here as we're just about hitting noon here. Temperatures up into the upper 50s, eventually supposed to get into the low 70s. So that's about as perfect a day for racing as it gets. There it is. There you go, 56.7. You can see desert level humidity, low winds, 0 rain chance. Not a cloud in the sky right now. And the beautiful thing is 30 miles to the east on Charleston Peak, after which this track is named, Charleston Peak in the Spring Mountains, they're skiing right now. So you got to love the desert Southwest. And of course, as we get ready to go here, we want to say a big thanks to our prime sponsors for the Red Group, Oil and Yokohama. And huge thanks to them for their support of this really fast and fun Red Group. Get ready to head out on track. Some of the other competitors we're going to be watching for, the 641 of Brian Van Noy will be out in this group. Paul Barnes in the number 197. He's one of the he might be the lone GT2 car heading out there, and what a machine it is. It's an 85 Porsche IROC, and it is done in a tribute livery for the IROC series, so that's really cool. We've talked about most everybody heading out in the Spec 991 class. So let's talk about GT3. Jim Salzer, he'll be out there in his number 10, which is an 09 997 Cup car, sponsored by Vision Motorsports. The 2024 GT4 Porsche Owners Club season champ, and was third in GT3 points last year. The 21 is Brad Keegan, and he'll be out. I love this. This is an 82 930 wide body running on slicks, black and gold. I got to look at that car earlier. It is stunning. And he is sponsored by Pro Motorsports, Pro standing for Porsche Racing Optimized. And this guy, what a story he has to tell. He was a stunt driver for 10 years. Then he's done 16 years of racing with Porsche Owners Club in a variety of different categories. And he says, I'm old school and I love racing my 82 930. It's at 287 horsepower, 2,450 pounds, 5-speed shifting, heel and toe, no ABS, no traction control. And I love the man for that alone, because there's nothing better than somebody who can really hustle a car and do it without paddle shifts or sync gears, and be able to do what I call the motorsports ballet, the heel and toe, the shifting, trail braking, all at the same time. That's magic. And that is very, very cool. And with that, I want to welcome in the president of the Porsche Owners Club, John Mohmeyer. John, hi.
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm calling Porsche Owners Club on a stunning day here out in the Nevada desert.
That's absolutely great. We couldn't ask for better weather for a February event here, January, February event.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. It's one of my favorite areas of the country. I just love Death Valley and that whole area. And, one of the things that I have to say about this track when I was doing some of my research on it is I love how they, have the flat parts, but then they designed, use that set of swells and put all of the tricky corners right on top or down into those swells. This is really a fun track, isn't it?
It is several blind spots where you just have to know where to put the car and get over those hills completely blind over that. So, yes, you'll probably see several cars not make that turn today during the race. We'll see how it goes.
You had a good qualifying run earlier. You're running in the Orange Cup. It was chilly in the 50s, which is a good desert winter temperature. How was the grip out there?
Not good until lap 2. Everybody complained about it. Everybody was slipping around during the first lap, not having much traction at all with those cold tires. Took a good lap, and of course everybody's putting new tires on here, so slicks, and it took a couple laps to get heated up. That's for sure.
I can imagine, but I'll tell you, when you feeling it here on this track, it looks like it would be absolutely fabulous. I've actually been there once. I never drove it. It was while it was being constructed, and I was going through the area and just sort of stopped and looked. But yeah, they've done an absolutely incredible job here. And how about Porsche Owners Club? What you're now in your 71st year? Do I have that right?
That is correct. We just celebrated our 70th year, and working on 71 here. Been around since 1955. It's one of the many Porsche clubs around the world. There's over 700 of them now, putting 13,000 events on a year. We're a little special to all the Porsche clubs. We are one of the only clubs in the world that really just focuses on racing. You got PCA that does racing as well, but our focus is racing. Everybody that comes here is trying to make their way up to become a racer.
But you also provide that sort of ladder system, don't you, to offer them training, to let people get experience out on the track, not door-to-door racing, but in high-speed scenarios, to work their way up to getting that racing license. And then you've also got all of these different classes that if they're not really comfortable hustling a super fast, 991 Cup car around the track, they can start in something a little different like Boxster Spec to just learn the craft. Right?
Absolutely. Myself, I started in 944 spec for several years, and that car will teach you how to drive because it has no power. And the Boxster specs are a little bit of the same way. You've got not a lot of power, so it's a lot of momentum carrying, and you'd come up through that, and you learn to carry some momentum. It'll transfer into a faster car as you progress through the system. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Dorsey Schrader once told me that the reason he won the Trans Am Series, I think it was in '89, as a rookie, was that he had run then the Pro Spec Racer class, which was underpowered, and it was all momentum. And he said, when you learn to drive a momentum car, like you said, then you may be driving in cars where everybody around you has equal 800 horsepower, but if you can run a little bit more momentum, have better entry speed out of a corner, that carries all the way down to that next braking zone. And he said, he used to look at people that would be running these really fast cars and clearly couldn't drive them. And he said they need to sell that thing. They need to step into something a little lower, like here, a Boxster Spec. Learn how to hustle that car and roll that momentum, hustle it but not throw it around and scrub speed, and it'll pay big dividends in the end. And sounds like you've experienced that firsthand.
Absolutely. I mean, between the 944 and the Boxster Spec, and moved into Spec 2.7 this last year and started our new class off. And unfortunately, I had an engine failure at our Streets of Willow, so I'm driving a GT5 this weekend.
Yeah, and you look to be running pretty quickly in that GT5 machine. Having fun out there?
Having a blast. That is Don Kravig's car. He's been a member for a long time. He passed away a year ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're having fun keeping his car on the track.
Yeah, honoring him a little bit.
Absolutely.
He'd want to see it running, I'm sure.
Oh, I feel him in the car every time I get in.
Yeah, I can imagine, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We've got cars out and getting ready to go for qualifying. And I'll tell you what, first of all, a huge thank you. I know I'm filling in here for your normal announcer, and I am having an absolute blast. Now, do you have to hustle away, or can you provide a little color with us here?
I'll provide some color if I can.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Always makes it a little better, for
absolutely
both me and the coverage. We have somebody else out there. So let's talk here. You were talking about how early laps here, the first lap in particular, you need to go quick enough to build some heat, but you can't go so quick that you suddenly snap sideways and flat spot a tire, yeah?
Yeah, there's a couple turns on here where you're getting down into the lower gears, and as you come out of those, you are just spinning those rear wheels until they get heated up. That is for sure.
And we're watching a group of cars right now head into that section of the track called Nighthawk. And I would think that acceleration up and out of Nighthawk would be maybe one of those areas you're talking about.
Well, that is absolutely true.
That to me sort of, has a feel like a reverse mini corkscrew, with the exception that at the bottom, instead of you just continue falling downhill, you abruptly climb back up again. So you get that false sense of grip when you get that compression.
That's absolutely true. And then the track runs off to the right a little bit there, but you got to get yourself placed correctly for it.
Yeah, and that, there's a lot of sections here that to me are really technical, and you've got to understand. I was talking about in the Orange Cup qualifying. There are a lot of corners here. You've got to observe the slow in, fast out rule, or you're just going to be slow, and that's usually something like in a Nighthawk for sure, where if you overcharge the corner. You're going to be slow all the way to the next braking zone. And, it's fast to just hustle a car through a fast turn. But sometimes the most satisfying part, isn't it, is when you come out of a technical section and you're really cooking.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, you're absolutely right. If you don't carry this to get slowed down for that first turn there, you certainly will just not be able to get out of that turn to the next one.
Yeah, watching right now here at the exit of turn 3, the approach actually to turn 3. And,
right.
This is one of those tricky ones. It falls away a little bit, and then it sort of climbs along the edge of a swell. The next corner, the second part of the double apex, turn 4, man, does that fall away on the exit. That is really off camber, isn't it?
It is very much so off camber. You just kind of get into that turn, get the car to turn a bit, and wait for it to slide out and try to not hit the gators. The blue gators on the side are really high here. We've lost a couple oil pans already because of that.
Ooh, okay.
And so you're trying to avoid those gators at all costs.
And the other part of it that, I often think when I look at a track like this that whoever did the original design may have been sort of twisting their sinister mustache, because leading into both of the really great braking areas, or overtaking areas, I should say, turn 5 and turn 12, the corners before that are mega tricky.
That is correct.
And that just makes it so challenging, doesn't it?
It does. To try to get that run out of there, you just got to be perfect, or hope the guy in front of you makes a little mistake.
Well, that's the thing, in the modern type of car with the paddle shift and all that, ABS, TCE, sometimes it's a little difficult to make a guy, make a mistake. You can't, guys don't really miss gears anymore. But you get them into these tricky sections, like this run here through what they call Tortoise, 13, 14, 15, has sort of a feel to me of VIR's climbing S's, although you do drop in a spot here.
Right.
But again, what you can do in those sections is if you can pressure a guy into getting in a little hot, they can still make that mistake, run wide. And, that's one of the great challenges of playing the game that I call high-speed chess.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's such a joy here. It's given some early times. We had talked earlier about how impressive Anna Predescu was last year. She's on top of the overall charts here and in the 991-2 spec class at a 216 flat. And with Grant Wesseling, 1.3 seconds adrift. And then Eric Olbers in the lone 992 car out there sits third right now. But Anna Predescu is she's been sort of a great story for Porsche Owners Club in that ladder system we've talked about. From what I understand is, last year she, won, just last year alone, she made some huge strides from the beginning of the season to the end.
Yeah, absolutely. She moved to the 991.2 class last year after winning our GT3 class the year before. And so she's been learning the car this last year, getting faster and faster. We watched her come up through the grid and took third place in our 901.2 spec class last year. And yeah, I hope to see some great things from her today.
Yeah, well, she's certainly showing some speed. Greg Gorski, though, has gone to the top now at a 2:15.7. So right now, Anna has slipped to third. And check this out. The margin right now from first to third, Mike, is 0.3 of a second.
That sounds exactly like 991.2, that's for sure.
Isn't that fun? And that, there are people out there who will, decry spec racing and all that. But, to me, the magic of spec racing is, you can't buy faster performance by dropping, 50,000 grand on engines or suspensions or aero. All the cars are the same. So when you get out and you have put in a really good time in qualifying or finished on the podium, it was you. And that's incredibly satisfying, isn't it?
It sure is. A lot of the guys a lot of the drivers that are driving in 991.2 came from our GT3 class a few years ago when we created the 991.2 spec class. And so they complained about it a little bit at the start. And in GT3, everything's legal. You can do anything you want to the car. You want wider wheels, put wider wheels on. You want a bigger wing, put a bigger wing on. You get to spec, you can't do anything. The car is the car. So it really comes down to driver. And I think a lot of the guys have really enjoyed that.
Well, and it's nice too because it gives them an opportunity if you're not, terribly, mechanically inclined in terms of doing big modifications to things. A driver that's actually a really good driver but may not have a lot of mechanical skills. One of the more modern spec classes is tailor-made for them. They can almost do a ride and drive.
Absolutely.
All right, I think we're going to be following Greg Gorski here. And up in the background there, you can see him just now coming out of turn 2. That corner looks like turn 2 is really quick.
It is quick. It also falls off. It's off camber as you go through it, but you can go through there really fast. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of those fast corners here. And then you have the really long corners that just pace the tires as long as you're in them here as we're watching Greg heading down now into that really tricky turn 5. It's tough enough with an off-camber turn before it, but then a downhill braking zone. Boy, you've got to be really precise in your braking, I would think.
Absolutely. You get down to the end there and, you pick your spot, try to hit it every time. And, of course, as the race goes on, the brakes fade a little bit, so you just keep managing it.
And you're in turn 8 for an incredibly long time. Is that one of those, where you're just balancing the car on the throttle, if you're really pushing through there like we're watching Greg do right now?
Yes, you're definitely throttle steering the car through that turn. It does seem like it goes on forever. And then as you start to see the gator on the left side, you kind of know you can get back on the power and track out all the way to the right.
And then through the fast turn 9, and we just watched Greg go through Nighthawk and that little, like I said, mini corkscrew, and he'll be the next car coming into 12 here. And, I would think turn 12 is one of those corners that you drive differently in qualifying than you do in a race. In that, turn 12, you probably want to late apex a little bit and really get the run out of it. And in racing, especially if somebody's behind you, you might shallow that entry up a smidge, right?
I think you'll see a lot of shallow drivers during the race. Absolutely.
That's usually how it is when the competition is that close, isn't it? I'm going to watch Greg here. And then I want to ask you about what I think is probably one of my favorite parts of this track. But he's coming through 17, and I want to see what kind of time he puts up. Van Noy is on top at a 2:14. Well, Greg, as I say that, flashes through and goes to the top at a 2:14.8, a whopping 1/10 of a second. Clear of Brian Van Noy. Boy, is it close out there. And what a lap by Gorski.
Very nice lap.
Yeah, he really nailed it. Okay, here's what I want to ask you about, because to me, this is one of my favorite types of sections on any track that has it, is the 16 into 17. Really quick right-hander. And from what it looks like to me, you're probably still unwinding a little bit from 16 when you have to get on the brakes, get your down change done for 17. That's tricky stuff.
It is. As you enter the first corner 16 there, a lot of people are downshifting to drop some of the speed to go through that corner, and then getting down into second gear in the Boxsters and the GT5s to come out of that corner, the last corner, to the front straightaway. A few people are trying to get in there in fourth gear and just make the downshift to second and carry all that speed through there. I think that's how you see a lot of the faster cars doing it.
And one of the real keys is the exit of 17. If you're farther to the left than mid-track, you're in trouble in terms of getting onto the front straight with any real speed, right?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And you'll see that at the start of the race, it'll be a little bit of a pack trying to get through there and pick some spots, see if anybody gets through too wide.
Yeah, it's going to be such fun to watch. To see this track raced is going to be absolutely fantastic here. But again, Gorski on top, Van Noy in the 6:41 second. Anna Predescu continues to impress, sitting in third now, and she's a little over half a second off of Van Noy. Fourth is Eric Olbers in the 0. That's our lone 992.1 machine. And then we've got Eben Benade, who had a great season last year, I think, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, really strong last year as well, as did Anna. He's currently fifth. Then Garrett Weisling, who's always been very quick, sits in the 6th spot. Dwayne Selby in 7th. Thomas Stone in 8th, and Rennick Polly back in 9th. Gorski has popped into the pit lane as our first 15 minutes have come to a close. Jim Salazar, the lone GT3 machine out there at a 2:22.5. Excuse me, Salzer. I added an extra letter in there, didn't I? Fastest of the GT3s thus far, and Paul Barnes, our lone GT2 machine, there as well. But Gorski topping this first 15-minute group. Now we've got the next group. Oh, that was that's what we were talking about if you go in too hot, you're just going to be really struggling coming out of those tight corners where you need all the acceleration you can master to get ready to go. Now, Mike, at this stage, this is sort of a continual flow, right? Because the checker's out, so these guys will have seen it, and as they start pitting, the next group just comes out.
That's right. The red group actually gets to decide if they want to go in the first half or the second half. So the drivers pick which group they want to run in for qualifying.
Okay.
So you'll see Brett Gaviglio is the first car out on the second half, and he lined up a half hour early, so he could be the first car out in the second half. I think the other important thing to mention is all of our race groups or all of our classes except for GT1 have a one set of tires a weekend rule. So these guys have put their slicks on today to get qualifying going, and they've got to make these last all through the weekend.
So you want to put in a really good lap in qualifying, but the last thing you want to do is something that'll hurt the tires.
Absolutely.
The old tightrope. I love that. All right, here we go. And Mike gave us a good heads up here to keep an eye on Brett Gaviglio, and he's the first car out already and working his way around the track. And also Ryder Liu, second in the points and was most improved driver, voted most improved driver last year. So Ryder certainly going to be somebody to keep an eye on as well. But Gaviglio was in the number 70. He was the defending champion of the GT3 class. A lot of the GT3 cars are out in this. And Gaviglio is driving a 2003 Porsche Cup machine, beautiful blue color. 13 years racing. And he won the GT4 championship in Porsche Owners Club in 2016. So the man's got some experience, and usually that can also mean you got some chops.
Absolutely. He's been driving with us for quite a long time, and a great driver. Got one of the top GT3 cars. It's built at the very top of the GT3 spec. So and that gets back to a little bit of what we were talking about. Within GT3, the guys can do about anything, or reduce horsepower, possibly add some weight to keep the car in the class.
So yeah, okay, so that's interesting. So is it a little bit of a sliding scale that if you're gonna, if you want to run more power, obviously, that's great, but we're gonna give you a little heavier weight. Are there other penalties, like if you're gonna add aero or fatter tires? Are there any kind of penalty, or is it just power to weight?
Nope, just power to weight is how we run the classes today. We've done that for about 7-8 years, and we haven't had many complaints. Everybody just knows, well, I don't have that. I got to go get that on my car next. So.
Yeah. Well, that's a really good point. And, I kind of like that, in the sense that, all right, I've got to step it up. And sometimes it's not just your driving. You got to step up the platform. And that makes it fun. And so keeping an eye on things here. But, again, the 683 of Ryder Liu, not sure exactly what car. It's a green 2010 997. And what's cool about this class is obviously you've got the 991 specs, but in the GT3 class you've got some 997s. You've got Brad Keegan's 82 930, and these are the cars where you're, in my sort of nostalgic mindset, where to me you're really driving these cars in the sense that you may not have ABS, you may not have traction control, you may have a gated gearbox and no paddles, and you're doing the dance inside these cars.
I think that's absolutely true. Brad Keegan's a great example of that. That car is a handful to drive, I think. I think we've got some of his in-car video for Brad. He might come up and see, but he's got a handful driving that car around, that's for sure.
That's what makes it challenging, but Let's talk a little bit about this turn. We're watching the exit of turn 4 as it goes downhill. There's a curb on the inside. You talked about staying off the blue gators, but I've seen a few cars even just getting on that red and white curbing. It looks like it unsettles the car enough with that negative camber that you can really skate and maybe run over that exit curb.
You can try. I've had a coach here before, and the first thing he said is, "Don't touch any of the gators on this track." So it's fun. You do touch the red and whites; they don't unstable, but the blues also have holes in them. If you get to the blue, you're going to get a very unstable car with all the pivots that they've put in the cement there.
And how much have you experienced, if at all, yet? I mean, obviously early in the event, but tracks like this where it's just desert gravel and stones right up to the track edge, of having some of that clag sort of pulled up onto the track. Looks like it's staying pretty remarkably clean.
So far, everybody stayed on the track. So yeah, that's why.
Well, there is.
Yesterday, yes, absolutely. Yesterday in practice, we had a few times there was offs and some dirt on the track, and get really slippery. And of course, it's in the parts that are very technical where you end up seeing the dirt show up.
Of course, and that's what, you have a little bit of dirt, the guy in front of you drags up on the downside of a blind crest like this, and that can get your attention in a big hurry. But, I think maybe it's because of what you talked about, is that, yes, you want to get a good time in these sessions, but at the same time, you don't want to throw the car off the track and trash a set of tires. So there's probably a little bit of that out there, huh?
There's that, and the track itself has some very strict rules about staying on the track. So if you drop wheels, you're going to get strike 1. You drop wheels again, strike 2, and eventually they don't let you back on the track. So
oh, is that right?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. So they're pretty serious about that, clearly.
Yeah, very, very serious about it. Always been the way here at Spring Mountain. They like to keep a clean track as well, and they like to keep drivers off that aren't showing the right stuff.
Well, I just had a look there and saw Brett Gaviglio go through. He's improved his time now to a 2:20.8, and that is absolutely booking around here. Paul Wren next up in GT3, the 787 at a 2:22.0. So he's got a little bit of ground to make up to the very fast Gaviglio. Jim Salzer, who was out in that first group, his 2:22.5 is hanging solid for third in GT3. Paul Barnes is in GT2, and his 2:23.0, I think he's the only car in GT2, so he's pretty solid there. Then it's Darren Moore in the number 763, the red and gray Cayman S, that is next up in GT3. Then Brad Keegan, as you talked about, that beautiful older Porsche 930, just throwing that thing around, having time. Ryder Liu, bit of a surprise here, back as far as that 683 is right now. Looks to be deep in the top 10 of GT3. One would have thought that with the season that Ryder had last year, would have been a little bit farther up in the order.
Unfortunately, Ryder did not make it out to Friday practice, so he's a little behind the 8 ball, and that's why he's probably catching up on track right now. Gotcha.
All right. And then also out there is the 707 of Scott Matz. And that's really a fascinating story. His dad joined POC and started racing after he'd got through some seriously, just a string of events that were really, really tragic, and started racing with you guys sort of as therapy, which makes total sense to me. I've had a lot of drivers that are, in life are the classic type A business people or whatever, that say the reason they love racing is when you get in the car, as soon as you start, that green flag drops or the session starts, if you don't have your mind completely free of everything else and focused on the driving, you're either going to be slow or you're going to wreck. And they said it can, even though it's an immense level of concentration and focus, it lets them clear out everything else out of their mind for that 30 minutes or whatever. And that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of the drivers in the paddock will tell you the same thing. They come out here to not work. This is their weekend off. And you're right. They want to get in the car and enjoy that 30 minutes and keeping the concentration on that. But that's the same thing with me. We're out here this weekend to have fun and not think about work and home for a bit and go do this.
Yeah, I had a couple of those type A businessmen tell me that. It's pretty funny. They said they'll get into the office on Monday and right away other people will go, "You went racing this weekend, didn't you?" And I'll go, "Why is that?" And he goes, "Because you're just really smiley and having fun." You
Oh,
know?
yes.
And it is freeing. But the other thing Scott did, and this is cool, was his dad, Donald Matz, who had started the racing there. And Scott only joined POC in 2018 and it got his racing license in 2020. But in 2012, Scott did this absolutely wonderful sort of documentary tribute film to his dad and tells the story of what he went through and everything. And I watched it, and it's short. It's about 6-7 minutes long, but absolutely wonderful, heartfelt, and just tells a great story. And you can actually search it on YouTube. Just search 707, and you'll probably find it. That's what it's listed as. But what I love is that it's come full circle, because now Scott is out there driving with Dad, and what I love is he said that he flies from Pennsylvania out to the West Coast, all these Porsche Club events whenever he can, to race with his dad. How cool is that?
It's very cool. POC is a big family. We have a lot of family members out here driving. People with their sons come out and their daughters come out, and my daughters come out and run in our lower groups before driving the race car. And when you walk through the paddocks, there's a lot of families out here making a weekend out of it.
Well, and that's the club idea, isn't it? You're all out there, and some of the most fun you have. Yeah, it's great being on track, but I'm betting it's either in the restaurants together at the end of the day, the parties that you guys might have, where you're just bench racing and just having fun. It's a very special atmosphere.
Yeah, we have dinner planned tonight here at Spring Mountain. Spring Mountain is hosting our dinner, so it'll be a fun time tonight with everybody. And like you said, hearing the stories of the day.
Exactly. Well, as you can see, looking at the screen there, Brett Gaveglio continues to lead with his really stout time in GT3 of that 2:19.3. But Paul Wren now has taken about 1.5 seconds off of his best time and has dipped into the 220s at a 220.9, and that has him still second, but now he is a lot closer than he was. He was previously about 1.5 or about almost 2 seconds away, and he's now down to just over 1 second away. Ryder Liu boom, we've been talking about Ryder, and mired back in about 6th or 7th. And in the last lap, Ryder just uncorked one in the 683, and he turned a 222.18. So he is now up into third in the GT3 class. Jim Salzer, who had run in that first group and was fourth, was hanging on to third there. That lap by Ryder demoted Salzer now to fourth, with Paul Barnes in the GT2 car next up. And then Brad Keegan has now worked his way, just set his best time at a 223.4 and is fifth in GT3 right now, as we have a little under 5 minutes to go in this session. At this stage now, when this session is done, the next thing on the schedule, I believe, we're going to have a little bit of a break, and I know you guys have your time trials and driving experience options, but the next thing coming up are races. And, what goes on, I mean, obviously, if there's something that needs to be tweaked on the car or whatever, but from a Porsche Owners Club management perspective, during these breaks, what unfolds?
Most of the guys are taking a break, getting liquid, making sure they're relaxed, and just preparing for the next session. Most everybody probably got their tires on already for qualifying, so there's not much work there. Getting a little more fuel in the car for the race. And that's about it. Just getting ready for the couple races. Orange is coming up first, and figuring out where your grid spot's going to be.
All right. Well, checker flag flies, and taking a look here, seeing if anybody made any big gains. We'll keep an eye on that as this comes through. The last cars come cycling through here. These races, 25 minutes or 8 laps is what I understand we're going to be seeing here.
Yeah, 8 laps is what we try to do. We try to stay within the time frame, but we will do 8 laps. You'll see in the orange race coming up, we'll have a split start with the GT5s and the spec 2.7s will get the first green flag, and then the Boxster specs and the GT7s will get the second green flag. We'll do that same kind of split with the red race later, where the GT1, 2s, and 991 specs all start together in the 992 specs, and the GT3s and 4s will get a second green flag start.
Gotcha. And do the orange guys? They get 3 races a weekend. Is that my understanding here?
That is correct, and that relates a little bit back to our one tire for the one set of tires for the weekend. So for the orange guys, we can make it through 3 races. The red cars cannot. They will not have enough tires to do 3 races.
Okay, that makes sense. And we do now tomorrow. Nothing really transfers from today, does it? We have qualifying. We'll reset the fields basically for tomorrow, won't we?
That is correct. We start first thing in the morning with qualifying and run the third race for orange and the second race for red with an entirely new set grid. So you get one more chance at it.
Yeah, I know. I love that second bite of the apple there. That's I love these doubleheader weekends to give everybody that chance. So looks like we really have wrapped up qualifying here. So it is indeed Mr. Gaviglio topping the GT3 order in this session at 2:19.3. Paul Wren second in GT3. Then a nice lap. Rennick Polly running in this group put in a nice lap. And in the Spec 992 category, Ryder Liu is indeed third. Great run for him late in the session when he got things figured out after missing practice in his 683. Jim Salzer in the 10 is fourth. Darren Moore in the 763 is fifth. Paul Barnes in the 636. That's a GT2 car, so he's back in the order a little bit. Then Brad Keegan is sixth in GT3, and that number 21, the beautiful older Porsche 930. Then the 824 of Ose Apiagiwai. I'm sure I'm butchering that name. In his white Porsche 997. Then Scott Matz, who we talked about, and then Mick Janoschak Jr. Rounding out the field in it. And if you want to school me on that one name, feel free.
I call him Ose. It's easier to go by his first name.
I like that.
I should point out Ose is one of our new drivers, so
okay.
He won't get his qualifying time today. He has to start in the back of the field. He's still on a provisional race license. He has to start 4 races in the back, and this is his first today. Once he gets 4 races starting DFL, then he'll start being able to take his grid time.
Well, and you know what? That's really smart, to not have him in the pressure of a hectic start in those first races. I think that's brilliant. And this has just been a lot of fun, and really looking forward to the races that are coming up. One thing I wanted to ask was, in terms of your time trials and anything that involves, like, the high-speed driving experience stuff that involves coaching, does that come from a driver like a Gaviglio who has all that experience in the field, or do you have actual pro racing instructors?
Many of the gentlemen do hire pro racing instructors to come out and instruct them for the weekend, but the Porsche Owners Club is part of the Motorsports Safety Foundation. We work with them, which is a group that has some online training from Ross Bentley. And you go through his class online, and then your second class, you come and we do some on-track activities. So you get Motorsports Safety Foundation Level 2 certified, and that allows you to be an instructor in our club. So all of the people that are sitting in the right seat, most of them in our performance driving series, are the drivers that are driving in the orange and red group, or jumping in the right seat with somebody and showing them how to drive the track.
I love to hear that. That's absolutely fantastic. All right, Mike, thank you so much for hanging with me here in this qualifying group for John for the red group, and really appreciate it. And I know you've got lots going on as well here with your role on top of the queue here, if you will, with the Porsche Owners Club, and just really enjoying it. I'm thrilled to have you let me be a part of this. And next up, we are going to go racing for the Porsche Owners Club in the Cup racing categories. The orange group will be up. We'll be back in about 40 minutes to set the stage for the first racing. And once again, John, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Spring Mountain Resort. Absolutely beautiful venue. It is a delight to have you with us here as we are getting ready to go racing. And the racing we're going to be doing is in the Orange Cup. But we have a couple of moments here, and just wanted to mention a little bit about the venue we are at. It's an absolutely extraordinarily beautiful venue in this incredible setting here. As you can see, some of the cars getting ready to go. It's Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club, and it's literally right on the edge of Pahrump, Nevada, in an absolutely glorious setting. And it is a club. And that's the thing, one of those motorsports clubs, if you will. And listen to just some of the stuff that you can get here if you become a member of this club. You can take classes at the Ron Fellows Performance Driving School, and that is considered the top driving school for Chevy products. And learn to master the precision and power of the incredible all-new mid-engine Corvette. It's got a very progressive curriculum, as you would expect from one of the most talented road racers that has ever graced North America in Ron Fellows. If you like prototypes, you've got the Radical Racing Academy. It's back. It's better than ever. You can drive the cutting-edge Radical SR3 XX and pair your track knowledge with its unprecedented race technology. Really, it caters to aspiring racers, seasoned drivers alike. The Cadillac V Performance Academy has a base here that's designed for new Cadillac V Series Blackwing owners or potential buyers. And then the Spring Mountain Racing Shop, it's world-class race car service right at your door. So you have your car here, and you can buy homes here that have garages. There's all kinds of opportunities for race car storage. You can have that shop work on your car. And here's some of the other resort amenities. Just listen to this. Exclusive racing events. That's great. The track championships, etc. Over 9 miles of track, multiple configurations. You get over 16 track days per month. There's simulators and coaching stations. Spring Mountain Racing arrive and drive service. So you could just show up and, fly into Vegas or one of the private airports nearby, hustle on over, and away you go. On-site condo and garage rentals, luxury custom trackside estates, an 8,000 square foot clubhouse, a bar and lounge, fitness center, pickleball courts, and the last two are my favorites, pool and jacuzzi, and massage therapy. I mean, come on. That's just a bit of what you can get here. Here's a look at the number 5.
Let's go have some
And this is the guy that was kind enough to jump on the mic with me for that previous qualifying session, and I misnamed him a couple of times. That is John Momeyer. And I know I called him Mike a couple of times, and that's totally on me. And great to see John out there getting ready to go. And he's probably looking into the mic going, under the balaclava and the full face going, Greg, it's John. It's John. Okay? So we've got it. We're ready to go here. And this is going to be a lot of fun. There's the number 47. That is Bear Salehi. And just take a look at that absolutely beautiful machine. The 86 Carrera, with IROC tribute on it. And the rest of the car is getting ready to go. The 732 pulling into position there. The white machine, absolutely great looking car. And a host of others. There is the number 69. That's Matt Hollander getting ready to go here. And it's going to be a big field. Make no mistake about it here as we take a look at the grid here. And again, this is the Orange Cup, so it is the largest of the various race groups, to be sure. And that's, the opportunity here to be able to really enjoy and watch this here. So yeah, let's go through it and take a look here at the starting lineup for this group that's going to be coming out here, and it's a good one to be sure. And let's take a peek here. And
so you usually drive your car.
Let's check in and listen to what's happening.
What's it like actually spectating your old Boxster on track?
Well, I'm happy for Matt. He got a good car, and it's fun to see my daughter next to him, which is really what I'm here to do, to support her. And hopefully she'll go pass him and kick his ass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, here we go. Let's take a look at the starting grid. On the pole is Carl van der Schut, and he drives the number 96, and he has been wickedly quick, and great to have him here. And then alongside is John Momeyer, and both of these guys running GT5 machines, and Mike there.
Thank you.
Mike there in the number 5. That's going to be your front row as they get ready to go here. Might check in here, get a word. All right. Now going for the second row of the grid, starting in the third spot, Michael Greenberg in the number 99 GT5 machine. And joining him will be Vivek Hazari in the number 152. That's the pole in the spec the spec 2.7 class. Sorry about that, folks. And doing a nice job. Then we've got Aspasia Zoras in the number 216 GT5 machine. And in the number 47 GT5 car, it's Bear Salele, who has proven to be quite quick. Starting 7th, Phil Town in the number 948 GT5 car. Starting in the 8th spot, Nick Kilnani in the number 227 machine. Starting in the 9th spot, Chris Basin in the 457 SPB class. And in the number 10 spot, Chris McDuff in the number 372 Boxer Spec category machine. Murray Wonderly will start 11th in the number 614 Boxster Spec category, joined by the number 12 of Matt Hollander there on row 6. And then starting in the 13th spot inside of row 7, the 143 in the Spec Boxster, Alexandria Hayner. And starting in the 14th spot, the 917 of Ryan Moore, also a Boxster Spec machine. Starting in the 15th spot, another Boxster Spec entry, the 409 of Klaus Draman. And starting 16th, Rito Eberle in the number 220 Boxster Spec. Starting 17th inside row 9, 225 of Alan Watts. Starting 18th, Matthew Hatley in the 401. Starting in the 19th spot, Larry Haas in the number 228. And starting in the 20th spot will be the 682 of John Croilo. That's row 10. Row 11, Adam Abrams in the 704. And starting in the 22nd spot, Brian O'Mara in the number 184. Starting at the 23rd spot, Greg Scarcello in the 486 Boxster Spec. And starting alongside the number 24, Jane Scarcello in the number 66 machine. Starting in the 25th spot, the 170 of Mike Porteous in the Boxster Spec car. Starting in the 26th spot, Kunal Hinduya in the number 813. Starting in the 27th spot, the number 1 of Andrew Wayman. Starting in the 28th spot, Karen Robinson in the number 346. Then we'll starting in the 29th spot, Alicia Ray in the 834. Starting 30th will be the 219 of Enrique Mar. Starting in the 31st spot, Bog Chang in the 727, and Dominic Ong will be starting in the next spot. Then it'll be Jerry Chen in the number 262, and Alex Maslov in the number 209. And then Randy Bergram will be in the lone GT7 machine, the number 713, will be starting in row 18. The field is now out on the track, getting set for the pace laps. Now, there will be a split start, as we heard John explain to us. If you were here and watching the coverage of Red Cup qualifying, they do a split start in this category, and that's why we're seeing all the Boxster Spec machines will be starting in the second of the two group starts, and all of the GT machinery will be starting up front. So that's how it looks at this stage. And again, your overall pole qualifier, John van der Schut in the GT5 machine, joined on that front row by John Momeyer. And they weren't separated by much in that qualifying session. So we would expect to see these guys putting on a pretty good show up at the sharp end of things. Here's a good look at the track. And again, this is critically important. Remember what John was telling us about, as cool as it is here, this is winter. Even though it's in Nevada, it is in the desert, and it can be a bit brisk here, to be sure. And he was talking about you got to be really careful on that first lap for the simple reason that it's chilly out here. And even with the sun beating down on the track, it's still pretty brisk. And that's, kind of the key here. And right now, looking to get the temp. It's up to 65, so starting to warm up just a little bit here. That's a good sign here. And there you can see the official one, temperature 66 degrees now. Low humidity, as you might expect here, and the wind almost non-existent. Rain chance is non-existent. And making our way now through this tricky, fun part of the track as they come working their way through here as we get ready to go racing. For the first time today in the weekend event, we've just had qualifying thus far. So this is going to be fascinating, and we're going to watch them get underway here in very short order. Can't wait. Cannot wait to see this unfold. Starting to bunch up here. It always makes it interesting when you have a really snug sequence of corners leading into your start position. But here we go. Field making its way through that final turn onto the front straight. You can see the starter up in the stand. And again, a huge thanks to Drive Skills Toyo Tires as Orange Group is underway. We're green. We are racing in Pahrump at Spring Mountain Resort. And boy, a great start looked like from the outside there. John Momeyer using that outside line to great effect, just carrying a little bit more entry speed, and into the lead he goes. And Vivek Hazari at the line had actually slipped around on Carl Vandershoot as well. And now big lunge down to the inside, down in turn 3. And that is Phil Town had what a start by Phil. If that is Phil up into second place here, and he started back in 7th. Now here are the Boxster spec machines as they launch, and Nick Kalnani on the pole in that class, but Chris Basin wasn't too far away, nor was Chris McDuff. So here they come streaming down into that really tricky fall away turn 3 here. A couple of cars side by side. That may have been a little tap right there as well. You'd expect this group to be mega close, obviously. And here we go. They are now working through the exit of turn 4. And again, that off-camber cars side by side cycling through here. And now down into the very tricky downhill braking zone to turn 5. Everybody up front looking pretty good. Oh, big lunge by the red car. And not sure who that was, but a couple of cars did a beautiful job of evasive. And we've got contact and a spin a little bit farther back. The red Boxster going around, and see if they're going to be able to get going again. And at least get off track if they possibly can before the rest of the group comes through. There we go. That's what we want to see. As the pack now is going to be heading up and into the here we go, and again up to that fun 14-15 complex, and Momeyer hanging on, doing a great job, and we think that's Phil Town that's up into second. And what a start he had. That was absolutely fantastic. And once the green goes, it's green, and he went from 7th to 5th before he ever got to the start line. And that's really impressive to see that happen here. That's opportunistic to be sure. And now completing lap 1 as they come flashing through. Top group, it is Momeyer over Town. Hazari, a good start. In that, there's a Spazi Azuras is there up in that front end as well. Well, I'll tell you, these two are starting to sort of check out, aren't they? What a great run they're having. Ooh, and there's a big lunge down the inside. I think that's Greenberg trying to get around on Hazari. But the spec Boxsters are working their way through turn 1 right now. See them going through. And it looks like Chris Basin is leading in spec Boxster with Kilnani sitting in second. So in both of our start groups, the pole qualifier, got pipped right in the at the start here and doing a really nice job. And there you can see it, Basin and that white Boxster slashing down through 4, heading into turn 5 with Kilnani right there. Then they've got a little bit of a gap back to the red machine, and that is Wonderly, who's doing a nice job, followed by McDuff in the white machine. And then here's a really good scrap, and this looks to be the battle between Alexandria Hayner and Klaus Drehmen. They come working through. Alexandria Hayner, interesting story, did some racing in the GR Cup in SRO this past year. So she's got some pro racing experience. Here comes really one of the best battles as we watch Chris Basin and Kilnani go through. But that's here's 3rd, 4th, and here comes 5th and 6th in the category. And they are putting together one heck of a scrap here. And that is Hayner and Drehmen. Oh, boy, I'll tell you, Hayner now in pretty big defense mode. She is driving a wide Boxster right now, trying to keep Drehmen behind. And that could end up helping Alan Watts and Reto Eberle, who are not terribly far behind those two. Here they are as they come through. And it all comes down to if Hayner's able to maintain her speed while she's being that kind of defensive at this stage. Watching them work their way through here. Here's that tricky section, real speed through here. There they come. Then you can see the rest of the group as they come flashing through here. Ooh, a little bit of oversteer there for Wonderly, but he held on to it. And then here we go. Hayner Drehmen having at it. As they go walking or working their way through here. And on the entry list, just to make sure that Alexandra knows that I'm paying attention, the official color of her car is listed as tangerine. So, oh, look at these. It is a really good battle here. There's that tangerine entry. And right behind is a very persistent Klaus Drehmen doing a superb job in the hustle at this stage. It's still Basin, Kilnani, and Wonderly in the 3 podium positions. Oh, and look at this. You can see she's really being defensive down into 5, just running middle of the track. And Drehmen thought about it for a second. Now he's trying to do the over-under on the exit. Couldn't quite get through. And meanwhile, Hatley now is attacking on Watts right behind them. This is such a fun venue. Here they are. And again, Hayner doing the job. But look at that scrap. How big lunge to the inside. Hatley may have just snuck through. See if he makes that stick. I think he did. Ooh, yep, looking pretty good here. And that gray machine has just moved up a little bit. Here we go once again down through Nighthawk, as they call it. And that little exchange, that little battle moment between Watts and Hatley, that slowed them both up just enough that Eberle, Haas, and Kryla look to be closing in. Yeah, there they are. So it's that close. And add maybe Adam Abrams into the mix. So this is really great stuff here. I mean, up front, Basin has about a 2-second lead over Kilnani, who's got another 2.5-second lead to Wonderly, and then another 1.6 to McDuff. But then Alexandria Hayner behind her. It is a scrap that is going on here. And there she is. There goes Drehmen. And then Watts, Hatley. And there they come across the line. Now, I think, as I said, I think Hatley may have gone through on Watts. No, that did not happen. So, big look to the inside there as we check in here on what's going on in GT5. Mohmeyer's, that lead, Phil Town is closing down on Mohmeyer after he'd opened up that sizable little margin. That's down to only 0.2 for the overall lead right now, with Michael Greenberg a bit adrift. So those two up front right now, Mohmeyer and Phil Town, are really sort of having their own scrap at this stage. So we'll continue to focus on this little battle. And that sort of Gulf liveried car, that's Alan Watts. Who has Matt Hatley really chomping at the bit here to get through. So we're going to take a peek here. Oh, working some lap traffic there. And those two get through clean. And there's Watts. I'll tell you, Alexander's doing a nice job of just being a little bit defensive. And that could have really hurt Watts here a little bit. He got behind that lap car as they were going through Nighthawk. No, Town has gone around and taken the lead from John Mohmeyer. Let's take a look here. That last lap, wow, by Phil Town. He just turned to 2:35.5 and Mohmeyer 2:36.3. And so we got the lead. And you wonder if Mohmeyer didn't maybe just have a little moment that allowed Town to get through and cost Mohmeyer a chunk of time. Normally, if he would have maybe just made the pass, Mohmeyer would have tucked right back in, but having a second gap might be a little bit telling. There's Greenberg. You can see he's back a little bit. Now the question is, can Mohmeyer and that green and yellow machine, does he have anything to be able to throw back here at Phil Town in that white 948? Who had that? Remember now, Phil, we talked about this. Phil started way down the order in the 7th spot and is now not just leading, but has put together a fabulous lap here. Yeah, he's drawn away from Mohmeyer, so. And again, remember, John was talking about the fact that you are allotted one set of tires for the event. And maybe John was feeling the pressure from Phil was just eating his tires up too much. And the last thing you want is to get ready for that last race of the weekend and have absolutely nothing left. And so he may have said, yeah, it's just too fast. I want to have something left in the quiver here, as it were. And 99 Greenberg, it's going to be interesting to see when he comes through on this last lap, because I think he's made a little bit of ground up on Mohmeyer. Meanwhile, in that, well, let's wait till they cross the line so we can check out those margins, but we've had some changes in that Boxster spec category. Here comes Mohmeyer through. And Greenberg, yeah, he took a second off of Mohmeyer in that last lap. Greenberg, after Phil Town ran a 2:33, Mohmeyer ran a 2:35, Greenberg at 2:34. So that's changing up. But in the Boxster spec category, we have seen Matthew Hatley in that 401 drop back a little bit, along with Klaus Jerman. Alexandria Hayner still sits 5th, but now it's Matt Hollander in 6th and Ryan Moore up into 7th, then Draymond, then Hatley, then Reto Eberle, and then Alan Watt. So had a couple of things change up here. Still Basin, and he's leading by about a second and a half over Kilnani. And then there's a big gap back to Murray Wonderly. Those two guys up front are running really quick, 232s, low 233s. So we're going to keep our eye out for Alexandra, because there she is. And I wonder if that was just a pass, if that was Matt Hollander getting through. It's tough for us to tell until they come through start finish. But boy, she stayed close. She's going to pop to the inside, down into 5. Does she make it work? No. She showed the nose for a second, but then had backed out of it just a little bit. But if that was a change of position, she's not going quietly. She has given it all it's worth to try and get back into it here. Now here they come, arcing through this long exit of turn 8. You can see there, the corner just goes on forever. And then turns, becomes turn 9 right here. Well, that is a great 3-car scrap right there, covered by next to nothing. All right, here we go into Nighthawk. Ooh! Oh, big wiggle on entry and exit by the car right in front of Hayner. Is she going to be able to take advantage of that down into 12? That was a big momentum loss. See if she couldn't do it. And it's because the car in front of her just went hugely defensive down into 12. And she decided, all right, I'm going to open up the entry here, try and get a better exit. And now it's a matter of flow and speed through this glorious section of racetrack. She's right there. That's through 15. And then into this really tricky complex here. Here they come. Hard brakes from that fast turn 16 into 17. Keep it tight to the inside on the exit so you can line up for 17 and 18. Here we go. Now we're going to see just how things may have changed out there on this last lap. It is. Matt Hollander did get through. Ooh, that's close too as they head through turn 1. But that was Hollander sneaking through on Hayner. Ryan Moore. Here, that's Hollander, that's Hayner. There's Ryan Moore in that Gulf liveried machine. Then I think there's a lap car, and then Draymond, Hatley, and Reto Eberle in there. No, that's not. That is a Boxster, isn't it? So that then would be Klaus Draymond. As they come through turn 5. Boy, this is a good scrap too, isn't it? Hatley, Eberle, Watson, Haas. And in the class, that's 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and they are racing like it is for the lead. And that's one of the wonderful things, particularly when you're running in a racing club, is you may not be quite there in terms of pace for the lead battle or even the podium, but inevitably you find somebody on the track. Uh-oh. I think I just saw Ryan Moore's car, and I think he got ahead of Hayner as well. But you see these, yep, there he is. He has snuck around on Hayner. But you'll see these guys running for 10th, 11th, 12th, and you find somebody or a group of guys or gals that are running your same speed, and you find each other on the track, and you have some of the most fun you're ever going to have. And it might be fighting for 11th. You don't care. You got out there, and you accomplish your first goal. Usually in club racing, your first goal is have fun. Then it's kick some butt. You know what I mean? So I wonder if Hayner And, that's the one thing. We watched her defending pretty aggressively early. And when you do that, you're tightening your entrance into the turn. You're asking more out of the brakes and tires. And she may have just tortured those tires. Somebody just pitted in the background. It might be Alexandra. We'll keep an eye on that. And that could explain she may be having some sort of a problem. But we'll watch this. Yeah, she pitted. So now it's Hollander over Moore, 5th and 6th. Then Draymond Hatley. This is Moore. He's kind of on an island right now. About 4 seconds behind Hollander and about 5 seconds clear of Hatley. And here's that group. Hatley, Eberly, Watts, Haas, John Krylo and Dominic Ong is in there, and Adam Abram. Well, I'll tell you, this group is growing, and I mean, it is a close battle. Just outside of the top 10, and had somebody off here, and that is, there's damage on that left front corner. And there's another car just off. You see it on the edge of the screen right there. That car is still stationary. Oh, I thought I could grab that number real quick. We'll find out. There's the other car that is able to get moving again. And we are thinking we're probably coming up on a lap to go. White flag we're expecting. That's not necessarily an absolute here. And there is Ryan Moore with white flag coming out. Phil Town picking up the white. There it is. One more to go, and Phil Town has, wow, he has really opened up a huge gap over Momeyer. Jeez, what a group. 15 seconds. And Momeyer is really easing back here a little bit. That's second and third. Momeyer less than a second now over Michael Greenberg, who has consistently been lapping about a second than Momeyer here. So, and then there's a big gap back to fifth. So the question is, what order will second and third be on the podium? Unless Phil Town has some sort of a problem, he ought to be on top step here. But man, are they putting in a great battle here. Here they come. Exit. I love it. Momeyer using all the curbing at the exit of 4 as he drops down into 5. No big move yet from Greenberg. Oh, but Momeyer goes way wide. Greenberg's got the spot. We'll have to wait and see where they are here. It's a long run here as they are working through 8. There's, Momeyer just hanging on. Greenberg now trying the outside around turn 8. And that tells you that he's got good stick right now. And Momeyer struggling a little bit. They are still close as they go through turn 9. And now here we go up in the Nighthawk. And you can see Momeyer going really defensive in there. He wants to make sure he doesn't give any opportunity to Greenberg to surprise him going into Nighthawk. Now, how did he get out? We'll find out when they get down to turn 12 here. And still Momeyer, but he's got to not overshoot, and he goes in too hot again. Greenberg again alongside, and now we're into these really fast swoops here. And still Momeyer hanging on. He had the right position. And that's part of it, is knowing where to place your car when you make that little mistake, is know where to put your car to make sure you're in the right spot for the next corner. Last opportunity here for Greenberg, and Momeyer covered that. Now Greenberg is trying to take a much wider line to get a better run through the last turn. Then it's a drag race to the line. Will he make it work? And no, Momeyer just hangs on for that second spot, but Phil Town had those two covered by 5th 13 seconds. So all right, here we go. And again, the Boxster Spec category, they have been putting on a fabulous show this entire race as well. And look at this, a couple of groups of two and very close concert here. Up and through this final section of track. Oh, what a glorious piece of racetrack. You are rolling some serious speed in these cars. These are not slow corners with that elevation change and the blind apexes. There's a lot of commitment going on here. Big protect there. Wow, nice job to hang on and not offer anybody any opportunity there. And at the line, this group comes through. Wow, this is some great racing here. Scoring a little slow on picking up, folks. Sorry. Kilnani looks to have gotten the win here. Yeah, everybody on their cooldown. That looked like Phil. Yeah, that looked like Phil there. So Kilnani winning the Boxster Spec category by 3.6 seconds over Basin. You remember Basin had led for a while and Kilnani was able to sneak through. Then a big gap, some 13 seconds back to third, Murray Wonderly, then Chris McDuff, then Matt Hollander completing your top five with Ryan Moore, Klaus Drayman, Alan Watts, Larry Haas, and John Krylo making up the rest of the top 10. But really all the way back to 15th, Ong, Abrams, Eberly, Scarcello, Cheng were all in really close concert here. As you take a look here at our top five in GT5 after that one. In Spec 2.7, Vivek Hazari alone in that category, but putting in a competitive drive, mixing it up with the other folks out there. And then here is your Boxster Spec standings. And Kilnani really doing a nice job in getting around on that. That was a fabulous job by him, and bringing home a pretty coveted win, I would think. So we are going to be bringing you the podium. So we'll be providing the video of what's unfolding at the podium. You can see some of the debrief going on with the cars and drivers that have finished the race here and talking to their crews, and for the top three in each of the categories making their way to the podium. That's always a very special moment when you can make that happen. Here's the 727. That's Bob Chang. There you see that green and yellow, number 5 in the background of Momeyer. There's Chris Basin, finished second in Boxster Spec after, quite frankly, having led a nice chunk of it. Here comes the rest of the field working their way up and through. 69 of Matt Hollander. Man, what a race he had. Ian Alexandra Hayner had a really good battle going until something went amiss with her Boxster, and she had to pit. There's Nick Kilnani. He did an absolutely stellar job. There's Enrique Mar. Here's Kilnani, man. I tell you, I'd like to hear about what happened when Basin got him. We apologize. Apparently, we're having some audio problems here. But one of the things that you'll note, folks, pretty much everybody getting out of these cars has a big grin on their face. And not everybody can win or podium. And there's still an awful lot of smiles back there. And that's pretty darn cool. There's a big grin. Here's that 917 Orion Moore in the background. Oh, yeah. You never get in the way of a crew guy looking to get tire temps and pressures. And look at that livery on the 228 here. Absolutely love this. That's Larry Haas's car. And it is a throwback to the old, I remember the Lowenbrow and Miller Lite Porsche 962s and Danny Sullivan's Miller Lite livery. That's what his car has got, a bit of graphic on it, and it looks so cool. It really does. Looks like a little discussion going on there in the background. Wish we had the audio for you here, but do want to, again, say a huge thank you to Drive Skills and Toyo Tires for their amazing support here. You can see pretty diverse age group out there as well. That's Nick Malloy there, driver the number 46, talking to Mr. Haas. And that's pretty darn fun too, when you can be out there and get out of the car and realize that you're having a fabulous battle with somebody, 40 years older or younger than you. But once you get behind the wheel of the car, it doesn't matter about age, it's all about talent. I'm guessing it's probably what they're talking about there. And while we're kind of hanging here, let's just remind you that coming up at 2:45 local time, or 5:45 Eastern, it depends on where you're watching, we will have be coming back to start our coverage of the Red Cup race. The Red Group race will be coming up. And because the cars are significantly quicker, that's a 10-lap or 25-minute race. And so we've got that coming up. But in between, we've got about a 45-minute break in our coverage here. And again, just want to say a huge thank you to DriversEye Live for providing this coverage. And at this beautiful venue. And I'm one of those people. I love the desert. I am a huge fan of the desert. And so to me, this is absolutely beautiful. It's just stark beauty. I like that. All right, let's go back down and see if we can eavesdrop in some of these conversations.
I think my adrenaline, it was just so much, even with the full suit. I don't know if it's not laced, it's melted or something, but there's a lot going on. And there's so long. Yeah, it's just constant battling. Yeah. It's you clear one car, you catch up to the next group, and it's a train of cars. And then one of these guys kicks out the other, one guy goes off, it's just a complete clusterfuck. Yeah, I was trying. It's rookie license Miata Cup. It's a disaster. There's so many cars on track.
Any post-race words?
Shit's hard, man. It's really hard. It's hard to drive well and like exhibit good racecraft. I think like the combination of two is just in the moment. It's just milliseconds.
Yeah.
I definitely like overcooked. Like I almost drove off a couple times. Overshot 5 a couple times. I was like, this is crazy. Yeah.
Okay.
Ready for race 2.
So does Boxster Spec Racing live up to its reputation?
Yeah, it's good racing and also a lot of chaotic racing. So, yeah, they might need to sweep the track after that race. There's a lot of gravel on it now.
Okay. All right. Sweet. Thank you.
Derek, did you end up getting to race anyone? Okay, so you were really good.
All right. Hopefully, he'll wander over and find another gaggle of delighted
So I'll just
drivers
get the Porsches
to
up in front.
eavesdrop on or grab one or two that were in a fabulous battle. Look at the size of this field. That's really cool. Looks like we have a little bit of a camera tech moment. So we'll cut back to this one here. And there are some other things that are unfolding here under the Porsche Owners Club banner. There are time trials, there are high-performance driver education, all of these different formats. So even when there's not racing going on for the race groups or qualifying, there is still activity on the track. And that's really that ladder system we were talking about giving drivers that really haven't had the experience of driving their cars at speed before. You don't want to be doing it on public roads. You want to be doing it in a controlled environment like a racetrack. And so you can come out to events like this and get some coaching, and really learn how to drive a car. As I said, driving a race car is it's all about applying physics. And so you get a good driver coach that can explain that to you and say, all right, when you do this, you want the weight on this side of the car. When you do this, you want it on the other side or on the front or on the back, to be able to really be quick. Because you first have to learn how to drive a car fast, and that includes the component of controlling the car that's going fast. You can go really fast and then not know how to control it. And that's when, if you're out there with other cars, you start pinballing off other cars and you quickly become not a friendly face in the paddock, so to speak. So it's one thing to drive a car fast and learn how to control it, because, things are going to happen. And, a lot of the accidents or moments that an inexperienced driver would have, when the car starts to slide, is a massive overreaction. Like you've already got all the weight on the nose of the car, and then you dynamite the brakes. Well, the car's just going to snap around. Those little things that you need to learn so that you've got car control as part of your talents, if you will, of driving a car fast. Once you get comfortable with that, that's when you then start your baby steps in some slower cars and going out in door-to-door competition. And sometimes what they'll put you out in what's called control lapping, where you're out there with cars of a vastly different speed differentials, which most club racing is multi-class, where you're going to have faster cars with slower cars. So you just get comfortable with a faster car whistling by you, or you being in a quicker car and figuring out how to drive with slower cars. And once you get comfortable with that, then you can step into actual door-to-door racing and work your way up. And that's what this ladder system at these clubs, like Porsche Owner Club, are all about. And they do an absolutely fabulous job with it. And we just witnessed some wonderful racing here at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club. Again, just to let you know that our next on-track activity, coming at 2:45 local time, 5:45 Eastern, is when we'll be coming back. Then we'll have the grid walk and then the race for the POC Cup Racing Red Group. Fast cars and drivers to match, and it should be absolutely spectacular. and can't wait to see it here on this really, really excellent racetrack here. This Mount Charleston full track here is really, really special. So, all right. With that, we're going to wrap up our coverage here on DriversEye Live from Spring Mountain Motor Resort of the opening round of the Porsche Owners Club. Great to have you with us. Again, a big thanks to Drive Skills and Toyo Tires. We'll see you in a bit. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club as we are continuing on an absolutely beautiful desert winter afternoon. Temperatures just a little under 70 degrees right now here in Pahrump, Nevada, as we are here for the opening round of the Porsche Owners Club and getting ready to go with our Cup Racing Red group, which is the fast group. This should be absolutely a blast. We are running on the full Charleston Peak course in Charleston, the track named in tribute and honor to the near 12,000 foot Charleston Peak. That's just to our east, only about 30 minutes away in the Spring Mountains. And we can't wait for this one. We've had some competition already unfold today, some absolutely superb racing in the orange group, and can't wait for this red group to unfold and get us going. Because these cars are a bit faster, it's a 10-lap or 25-minute race as opposed to an 8-lap. There you can see some of these incredible cars as they are queuing up and getting ready to go down on the grid. And can't wait here to get going here. That looks like the number 10 entry of Jim Salzer, and he has certainly been very fast already this weekend as he is getting ready to go, having a look inside to the office as he gets ready to go. The 636 there behind him. And again, we have two different start groups. It'll be a split start because we have our spec 991.2 class, and we've got a couple of spec 992s in there as well. But then we have the GT3 category, which has a fairly sizable group of entries too. So they're splitting them out, and that's how things will be started there. There's the eye-catching entry, the 787 of Paul Wren, who was really quick, and last year was voted as the club's Rookie of the Year. So Paul Wren really showing some speed here and getting after it just a little bit. So let's take a look at the starting lineup based on qualifying earlier. Outside of row one, or inside of row one on the pole, Greg Gorski in the number 24. And these are all spec 991.2 machines. Brian Van Noy alongside in the 641. Starting third, Eric Olbers in the 992 entry. And then alongside him, Anna Predescu, who has really been showing some great form in the latter part of last year. Eben Benade will start in the 5th spot, the number 16. Garrett Wesseling will start 6th in the 722. In row 4, it'll be Dwayne Selby in the number 7. Thomas Stone in the number 28. Right there is Thomas as he is getting ready. Starting 9th will be the 229 of Rennick Polly, and starting 10th, Paul Barnes in the GT2 class entry. Then Brett Gaviglio will be on the pole in the number 70 GT3 car, starting 11th. 12th will be Paul Wren in that 787. 13th will be Ryder Liu in the 683 GT3 machine, and Jim Salzer in the number 10 GT3 entry. Then in the 15th spot, it'll be Darren Moore in the 763, and Brad Keegan. And what a car that is. It's an older 930. Will be starting 16th. 17th will be Scott Maas in the 707, and Mick Janoschek will start 18th. And in the 19th spot will be Osei in the number 824. And I'm guessing that might be Apiaji. So, but it's a total guess. So that's what I'm going with here. And so that is your starting lineup. And again, interesting mix and match of cars. You know, I mentioned the 1982 930 wide body of Brad Keegan. We've got 03 Cup cars. Just a variety of different machines here. An 07 Cayman S. We've got a 2020 GT4 Club Sport. So the GT3 class, and again, it's all based on power to weight. And they give you a weight range and a power range that you're going to fall in. And that's what we're looking at here. I mentioned Anna Predescu. She finished 3rd in the points last year in her first season in 9912 spec. And there's a look at Keegan's car. Look at that beautiful machine. You know, it's a bit of a throwback entry, but he's in there driving, and guess what, folks? There's no paddle shift in that bad boy. There's no ABS or traction control. Traction control, that's his right foot. ABS is his left foot. He's got a 5-speed. He's got a shift. He's got a heel and toe. This is some old school racing and racecraft going on here. And I'm just old enough that this is nostalgic and beautiful for me. You know, I understand the tech and all the aids and the paddle shift and all that, but to me, this is true driving, man. I love it. And there you can see Brad Keegan getting ready to go here. But I was talking about Anna Predescu. She ended up third in the points in the class and really came alive in the second half of last year. Now, Dwayne Selby was the person, the driver she finished just behind in the points with a solid second, so a great job for him. Now, Jim Salzer, who we saw that beautiful number 10 earlier, he ended up third in the points in GT3 last year. Brett Gaviglio, who's in the number 70, that blue number 70 right there, he won the championship in the class. And the 683, who we just saw of Ryder Liu, ended up second in the points, and he was voted the most improved driver. And then Mick Janoschek Jr. Won the John Deere Award. And there is the 07 of Eric Olbers. And that's a 992 spec car. That's why he's showing to be up front. And again, they're just getting all the cars lined up in the right position. Then we'll release them for the pace lap. And then we go racing for 10 laps or, again, 25 minutes, whatever comes first. Need to say a thank you to our primary sponsors of the Cup Racing Red Group, and that's Cock Oil and Yokohama. We appreciate that. Here you can see the scoring tower and the tower that any spotters might be operating at here. This track, just to give you a quick description, if you're just joining us for the first time today, it's 3.25 miles in length, 18 corners around, and it sort of makes 3 trips from flat desert on either side across a couple of swells. So you've got swells and dips that run sort of right through the eastern third of the track, right through the middle area there, and makes some really tricky, fun, high-speed stuff through dips, blind apexes, up over rises, just all kinds of things. There's the 641 of Brian Van Noy. Did a nice job in qualifying. That's the Full Throttle Driving Academy sponsored car. You know, so you can see he's got Tag Heuer on the side. All right. I think the cars are being released, so it is time, folks. Again, so great to have you here on our coverage with DriversEye Live. Our on-site producer is Ryan West. Dustin Ollis is our director and doing a fine job here. There's your GT3 pole sitter, that brilliant blue entry of Brett Gaviglio. Champ last year. 13 years of racing. It's probably his 14th year now. And he won the Porsche Owners Club GT4 class championship back in 2016. He's been running the GT3 class for about 3 years now. Seems to really be enjoying it in his 2003 Porsche Cup car. And as we ride around the track, there you can see the pace vehicle, and the cars behind, and this is the exit of turn 4. The turn 4A and B is referred to as Badgers. And it's really a double apex corner, but the exit, as you can see, downhill, fall away, no camber or banking to help. It actually goes, it's negative camber. It goes away from you, which makes it really tricky. And then you go through that tricky complex of corners and then into one of the best passing zones on the track down in turn 5. So if you can hustle somebody into a little mistake in turn 4B, it'll pay off with big dividends down here. I think we've got an onboard for you. There it is. Listen to that beautiful noise. That is the sound of a old 82 Porsche 930. Makes a glorious noise out of that flat 6. It's about 290 horsepower, around 2,800 pounds. Ooh, look at that. He let off, and you could see that got a little bit of rotation going, and he used it to get the car going back and forth. And they do this back and forth motion for a couple of reasons. To a certain degree, it's to get some heat in the tires. But even more importantly, it's to make sure the tires are clean. You don't want to be, getting a green flag and flying into what is a pretty high speed turn 1 on tires that have a bunch of debris on them. And you're out in the desert here, and they spend a fair amount of time in between sessions. Oh, that's a great section of track if you're just joining us. This is what's called Nighthawk. And to me, it's like a reverse mini corkscrew, only instead of once you make that big, hard drop down into the corkscrew, instead of it just falling away into the next corner, it abruptly climbs. So you get this big compression, and then everything unloads at the top of that exit point where it's still bending a little bit. Pretty exhilarating stuff. Now you're just went through turn 12. That's the best passing zone. Really tight hairpin. This is into a really high speed flowing section of track here. That's turn 13. You climb one of the swells, plummet down here, up the next swell, blind apex and approach again, and then it flattens out. And then during the racing, and I hope we get an onboard at some point of Brian hustling this car, this next corner, turn 16, on a pace lap, you're slowing down quite a bit to get ready for the start, but it's really fast, and then into one of a really tight right-hander that you've got to shallow your exit up on to get a good run through the last corner onto the front straight. Really tricky piece of real estate. So, all right, here we go. And the overall lead group have started and are into turn 1. And it looked like, I think Old Bears is sitting in the second spot here. Heading down into turn 3. Here we go. Now Old Bears is hanging on to the lead there. Oh, side by side, tough to do there. And here's the second group, has got the green heading through turn 1. And again, that bright blue machine, pole sitter Paul Gaviglio, is the lead group heading down now into turn number 5 for the first time. And Old Bears, and remember, he's in a 992.1. The others are in 991.2s essentially. And there you can see Gaviglio did indeed hold on to the lead in GT3, and third place car taking a little bit of a look and then deciding the better of it. Tuck it back in here. Oh, that red and black car, a lot of push as he went to the throttle there. I think he may have turned in a little early, didn't realize it, went to throttle, and it just started to push wide. Here we go. Group dropping through Nighthawk here. Really cool section of racetrack. Now flogging it. Coming down here into turn 12. You're looking pretty good there. And then here's this really fascinating section of track here. Just love the flow through here. And now we go to the next shot here. There's that fast corner in the background. Then they have you stand the car on its nose for 17, stay to the right at the exit, and then flick it through 18 and onto the front straight. And Greg Gorski hanging on to his lead. Brian Van Noy, we talked about, had that great qualifying. He got around on Eric Olbers during that lap. Olbers is third. Garrett Wesseling sits in the fourth spot. Dwayne Selby is fifth. Here they come. Good look there at Gorski. All right. Just watching a flow. Looks like maybe trying to see where Old Bears is as we hop back on board here. And again, this is the 21 of Keegan. He's having a great scrap here with the 763 of Darren Moore. You can see Darren's definitely got a newer spec of car, so that makes it an interesting study. That's that 07 Cayman. So a couple of different platforms here as well. Right now they're duking it out pretty solidly and putting on a great show for us for fifth. Ooh, look at Keegan there trying to square up underneath, get a little bit of a run. Look at that. I love those blind approaches. Now into this never-ending turn 8. Keegan looking to open up the radius a little bit here. Now turn 9, really quick. Oh, he got this the Cayman to turn in a bit early. Is he going to have enough speed to make something happen as they get to Nighthawk? I don't think so. Down. And there's that compression. There's that little rise. You got to be a little bit patient there. We got a good head of steam going, but not enough. Into 12. He is working Darren Moore over here. All right, woo, look at that. Just blazing by. That's it's one of our GT2 cars. That's the 636. Showing some serious pace, huh? How I love that corner. It is so tricky to balance the car on the brakes while you're still turning. Do your down changes, do a trail brake into the corner, and that's what he's doing. Sometimes those faster cars, that was a nice job of recognizing that Darren Moore probably didn't see him. And I don't have that white car on my entry list here. Boy, that was a beautiful piece. Look at Keegan. Is that Paul Barnes? That is Paul. Okay, that's our lone that's our lone GT2 car in the field. And that thing straight line has got a lot of pace. Oh, he's gonna go way wide. He got in there way too hot. Oh, and he spun it. He got into Keegan. Keegan wanted to take advantage, saw him sliding, and thought, well, I can just squeeze up underneath, accelerate, and I'll be through. But unfortunately, right at that moment, Barnes' car hooked and came back at him. Oh, boy. That's a real shame. You can see him moving over there. But that was a big hit, and that looked like it was in the left rear corner. Oh, You know, again, this is club racing, and the last thing you want is to leave here with a wrinkled car, especially if you caused it, and especially if you caused a wrinkle in somebody else's car. But you know, that was just Barnes spun it. You know, he just spun it, and sometimes when it spins, you know, you're a passenger, and it came back across, obviously. But just to update you, in the GT3 category up front overall, Gaviglio is continuing to hold a very small lead over Paul Wren. And Ryder Liu is sitting a really competitive third. Then Jim Salzer, and then Darren Moore. Obviously, Keegan has got a big issue right now. Greg Gorski continuing to hold an equally small lead over Brian Van Noy. Not letting him go. Then Garrett Wesseling. Then Dwayne Selby. Then Eben Benatti. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Way too hot in there. Got it woed down. And I see the Liqui car out there. And I thought that was Predescu's car. But I'm not showing her on timing right now, so I'm not really sure what's happening there, folks. But look at this nasty little buzz group coming through here. How fun is that? Here they come now, this trio. Into 16 now. Hard on the brakes. And onto the front straight. My timing does not seem to be updating necessarily, and so that was our great battle. That was a car that was right in the center, snapping around. Have to see who that might be. Couldn't quite get the number there. And Gorski, once again, hanging on. But Van Noy is keeping that consistently within less than a second. It's that close. There's our car that had that spin, and you can see you're being pretty gentle. It's probably because you dirtied up the tires here. Meanwhile, here comes Gaviglio. There. All right, here's the entry to 9. Now, here we go once again down into Nighthawk. This trio having a pretty good scrap here. All right, there is the 70 of Gaviglio with Wren and Liu. That battle's closing up. The gap between Gaviglio and the lead and Liu in third is less than a second and a half right now, folks. And Liu is the one who's really throwing down some laps. That time, Liu was quickest, 0.2 quicker than Gaviglio in the lead, and about 3/10 quicker than Ren. So Liu is the one who's coming on right now. Meanwhile, Gorski, for the first time, has his lead over Brian Van Noy up to over a second. And then behind them, it's a big gap back to Dwayne Selby in third. Likewise, behind Liu, it's a fairly big gap to Jim Salazar in fourth. So these two trios of drivers right here pretty much have things unto themselves in terms of the battle for the podium right now, assuming nobody makes a mistake of some sort. And the longer this goes, the easier that can be. I tell you, I was really watching there, and I'm really liking Ryder Liu's line through 4B. Not so much there. He got in too hot, and he made up some ground through 4B, and he lost it all right there at 5 by attacking it too much. And that car that we saw have that off at 4B, that was Garrett Wesseling. He has understandably dropped all the way to the back of his group. That is a beautiful blue and light blue 2018 9912, 991.2, I should say, Cup car. The Wesseling Construction and WR Technica entry. I'll tell you what, Brian Van Noy must have made a mistake, because suddenly that margin has ballooned with Greg Gorski over Van Noy up to a pretty sizable, almost 2.2 seconds. These three, though, continuing this fabulous battle at the front of GT3. Now, Van Noy still has plenty of room back to Dwayne Selby running in third, but that battle between Selby and Benade for third in spec 9912 also very close. See a plume of smoke in the background. That's not smoke, sorry, desert dust. Somebody got things a little wrong there. Everything dropping down here. I love this. Into Nighthawk. Ah, there we have our vehicle at up. It's moving again. All right. Now we got that vehicle back and moving again here. It's great to see. All right. 4 to go, 4 laps to go at this stage. Still Gaviglio leading in GT3 over Ren and Liu. And man, that margin now between Gaviglio and Liu, their battle is down to 1.1 seconds, covering the three of them. It's that good right now. And that is your 4th and 5th right now. That's that Benade and Selby battle. That's the one we were talking about that's just been inexorably closing. Benatti has just been taking a 10th here, a 10th there. And now he got a great run. Is he going to go for the move down? No. He elects to check up a little bit. Oh, he did get Selby to float a little wide on the exit. Not enough, I don't think, because it's not a long run from the exit of 12 into that really high-speed, twisty run through 13, 14, 15. And again, this is for the podium in spec 9912. Look at that lead battle. That's what I was talking about in GT3. Super close right now. And Ren has really had to up the ante because of the pressure behind him from Liu. There they are. Here they come, and they are putting on a show here through 9. And now the next thing is Nighthawk. Easy to overcharge that a little bit, and they all got through there very cleanly. And here they come into 12, and again, all of them looking really good through there. Looked like in the middle of that, Paul Wren maybe turned in just a smidge early because he just lost a little bit on the exit, and that's generally an indicator that you had to wait. Just had to wait for a moment. And, even in these higher horsepower cars, momentum is still relative, right? And I think Ren, by having to wait there, that cost him momentum. And if you have to wait to accelerate, you carry that speed deficit, that lack of momentum, all the way to the next braking zone. And as they come through, last time through, that margin was down to 1 second covering those 3 cars. And here they come. Boy, it didn't take long, though, for Ren to make up that lost bit of ground. And remember, these guys are on one set of tires for this entire event. So they've had qualifying and a race today, and then they have qualifying and a race tomorrow. And they have to do it all on the same set of tires. So if you sense at some point that, boy, I pushed these tires a little hard, sometimes you have to make that very difficult choice. All right, maybe I give up a spot here and ease off, take care of my tires so I've got something to be fast with by the end of the day tomorrow. Watching Ryder Liu there, you can see him running a very tight line, and 1 to go for our overall leader, Greg Gorski. In the background, flashing through. It's going to be interesting here because Gaviglio, Ren, and Liu are coming up on the back of Tom Stone. Right there is Stone, and he's in a car that, in theory, it's one of the spec 991.2 cars, so it should have pretty significant check that. Yeah, so he's got a car that's got really good acceleration in it, Stone does. So that can really mess up this battle here. Watching the flagman. Yep, no white yet. And nice job there. Nice job there by Stone letting Gaviglio go. That and that trio go by. That is sportsmanlike, gentlemanly racing. We got an off over midpoint, turn 8, it looks like. Looks like they may have continued. So Gorski still leading overall, with Van Noy second and Selby and Eben Benade still battling. That's only a second between those guys. And in the distance down there, you can see Liu thinking about making a run at Ren, but boy, Ren just out-deeped him, did a beautiful job of carrying a lot of pace into turn 5 without losing on the exit. That was really well done. So now they'll come into turn 8 here. Here they are. Woo! So that was our car that was a road trip he took off track. Okay, so white. Should see maybe the white coming out this time for Gorski. All right. He has picked up the white flag. Our leader has overall. But he's got, well, Van Noy has trimmed it, but I'm guessing that's probably Gorski just easing it back a little bit. Margin's down to 1.7 from 2.1. So our two best battles are the battle for the top 3 in GT3, which we've been following, and the Dwayne Selby Benade, and that margin is down to only 0.4 of a second for that final podium spot in spec 9912. But here we go. These guys are just picking up the white right now. Yep. There's the white flag. Ooh, and Liu's attacks, consistent attacks on Ren, that margin now is ballooned for Gaviglio up to 1.2 seconds. But Ryder Liu is all over the back of Ren. And then the other big question is the number 7 of Dwayne Selby and the 16 of Eben Benade in spec 9912. That is the battle for the final podium spot behind Gorski and Brian Van Noy. Oh, and again, Liu showing the nose. Is he going to go for it this time? No. Boy, look at that. That group is covered by the proverbial blanket here. All right. Here we go. First and second. There is Gorski, and Brian Van Noy is a lot closer than 1.7 seconds here. There he is. There's Gorski. There's Van Noy. Under a second at the end. But how about Dwayne Selby and Benade? Where are they? They're just crossing the line right there. That may have been Selby hanging on by very little. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead in GT3. And they have put on a race-long show here. Last time, heading down into 12, this is when you got to really work hard to hit your marks, not make any kind of mistake. They all look good at 12. Now, here they come through 13, 14, now 15. Still Gaviglio doing the job. Liu continuing to attack on Ren. Only 3 corners to go. There's Gaviglio. Liu trying anything he can. So close. Ren covering. Now can can Liu get some sort of a magic run out of 18? Gaviglio gets the win. Oh boy, it was that close for Ren and Liu. I think the margin was a 1/10.5 between those guys. Wow. Gaviglio stretched it to about a second, And Dwayne Selby did hang on for the podium spot at 9.912. We saw it in the background. Benatti gave him a hell of a run, but ended up a half second back. So I think that graphic is wrong there, folks. Ober's, definitely. One in 9.992 over Rennick Pelly. Paul Barnes all by himself. I don't know. He apparently had enough mojo to limp it back into the pits. Meanwhile, Gaviglio gets the win over Ren and Liu. Great battle throughout for those three, and at the end, especially between Ren and Liu. But then Jim Salzer was fourth. Mick Janoschak, who started at the back of the GT3 group, drove it all the way up to fifth. That's one heck of a drive. And he was the guy who won the John Deere Award last year. So great job all, for sure. And you got a feel for Brad Keegan in that glorious 82.930, who took a whack from Barnes when Barnes spun. And I'm sure damaged that left rear corner pretty significantly. All right, here are the cars making their way in. Good looking car there, the 824. You hear that? I had one goal, stay on the track, and I couldn't do that. All right.
Some post-race words.
What's that?
Can I get some post-race words?
Wow. It was an amazing experience, but it's a lot harder than you think. It's a lot harder. Driving with people, even in open passing, it's a lot harder than open passing. So you just need seat time. There's no way around it.
All right, thank you. Are you behind the social for Bali?
We're trying to combine a little bit. So yes, but also combined effort.
Okay. Dope, man. Get it.
Yeah, I'll start bringing my camera.
Oh, after this, I'll stop by. Good stuff. I have to ask.
P1, baby,
Was it the
P1.
lube that helped you slide up to P1?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
I know, but it felt like something was like different there. On the last couple laps. I'll pull it off and check it. See what's going on. Thank you.
So Dan, quick words.
Yes.
So driver got you guys to first place, but what does it feel like?
Get over here.
Speed Gallery 1 and 2.
Oh, 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Good job keeping me honest. Speed Gallery 1 and 2.
What's that feel like for you, Dan, having the
Feels
team
amazing.
up on the podium?
2 great drivers, 2 good friends. Could be better. Life is good.
There you go.
Life is good.
Nice, nice.
That's right.
Well, good show, guys. Great show. Thank you.
Right. We want to thank the POC and Spring Mountain for having this amazing event at this beautiful track. We hope to do at least 1 or 2 per year at this place. We love this place.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Good home court advantage. You were really
Not like having home court advantage.
That was
right
great.
here.
You were nailing the lines. It's precise. It's great.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, and then he goes to right.
Any post-race words?
My famous words, right? The most fun you can have with your pants on.
There you go.
So that's
7. There you go.
great.
Any post-race words?
Oh man, these guys right here, this 3, we raced so tight in the 220s over and over and over again, and man, it was fun. I was having to hold him off, but you know, he got a couple of looks in there, but there were in the faster whoops, I seemed to drop you.
Yeah,
but then in the
line that I didn't follow.
yeah, in the brake zone, you would take a deeper brake line. And I was like, not taking that risk. I wasn't taking risks through the little, the little dip. And then I would just make it up in the fast thing. But I think because I was watching you kind of disappear.
Serious torque. So you come in a corner sideways and then just go blah.
Well, I go down to first gear in the hairpin, and so I run out of first gear by the time the car's straightened out. But it rotates the car, and that's what you're seeing.
Oh, you got one. Good.
All right.
We'll
Thank
just
you.
put
Thank
those
you.
right there. Great job.
Appreciate
times.
Good
Thank you.
times.
Dude. 1, 2, 3. It was conga line.
I'm ready.
It was a
Ready?
conga
Good.
line.
You challenged him once. You got real close.
Okay.
That's our thing. Okay.
Oh, there's little trophies. Second? Third. Do we get tequila to drink out of these trophies? All right. So I'll have you standing right here. Okay. So one, and then two. Then flip through over here. Right? Okay. Cool.
Greg, let's take one you and I.
I have.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, guys.
All right. Spec 991.2. Brad Gorski. Brian Ganoy. Anna.
Greg's first.
Who won? You won?
I won.
And that's yours to hold right now.
Yes, sir. Eric, we'll get you.
Is there a trophy for being the only guy in the
Okay.
Oh, you got 2 guys.
Okay.
You got to give them that.
Ready? Ready?
Flip sides.
Yep.
All right, great hearing some of the insights from the drivers after that action. And you have to love that was Paul Gaviglio, who was so animated talking about his battle with Ren and Ryder Liu. And I love that he was sharing with why he was quicker. He thought he was quicker than Ren in certain spots on the track. You hear him say, well, I go down to first gear there. It helps the car rotate and gives me a little bit better launch. You know, that's club racing. and that's Porsche Owners Club racing at its best, where they are friends first and above all. And yeah, they want to have some great competition. So that is the first of two red group races in the Porsche Owners Club Cup Racing Series. The second one will be tomorrow, but we're not quite done yet, because after a short break, it's going to be pretty short this time, we're coming right back with the second of 3 orange group races that will unfold over the course of this weekend. So we're going to take a quick pause. We'll be right back to Spring Mountain Motor Resort and the Charleston Peak Full Course in just a minute. Welcome, everybody, to Porsche Owners Club at Spring Mountain Motor Resort. We are in Pahrump, Nevada, at this great venue, Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club. We are racing on the Charleston Peak full course here at 3¼ miles, 18 corners, undulating and running through the flats of the desert. It is an incredible venue, and we are so happy to have you with us. I'm Greg Creamer, and this is Porsche Owners Club, now celebrating its 71st year. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. We have had some great racing already today, and this is our final race of this beautiful desert afternoon in the winter here at this venue. It is our second of 3 Porsche Owners Club Racing Cup Orange Group races, and it will be the next one. It'll be an 8-lapper, 25 minutes in length. There you can see we've got the temperature up into the 70s, just barely. It's absolutely beautiful. Low humidity, the wind next to nothing, and the rain chance absolutely 0 here. And it has just been a beautiful afternoon for racing, and we've seen some fabulous racing unfold already. Cannot wait to get this one underway as well. Big thank you to Drive Skills and Toyo Tires for their support of the Orange Group in Porsche Owners Club Cup racing here. Looking forward to this one. This track, if you haven't been watching, either the west end and the east end of the track are fairly flat, but being a high desert, it's got a couple of swells with a rise and a dip and a rise that run right through. If you were to sort of divide the track into thirds, the third marker, if you will, separating the middle and the eastern edge of the track, and that's where they put all the twisty high-speed stuff, and it is really fun, and everybody is enjoying this, and this is a large group that is going to be coming up. So let's get to our starting lineup for this Orange Cup. Phil Town on the pole, had a great run in the first race. Michael Greenberg was right with him. That's the GT5 cars. John Momeyer qualified on pole and led a lot of that first race. He'll start third with the number 4 of Aspasia Zuras in the 216. Next up, then Bear Salele will start 5th in his number 47 GT5 entry, and Randy Bergram in the lone GT7 machine will start 6th. That's the number 457. Starting 7th, our Spec 2.7 pole sitter, Vivek Hazari in the 152. Then Chris Basin next up in the Spec Boxster pole position, the 372. Then Neil Kanani, and he is the number 227 in Boxster Spec. Chris McDuff in 372 Boxster Spec. Murray Wonderly, 614. These are all Spec Boxster cars, and the 69 of Matt Hollander. Then next up, Ryan Moore, beautiful Gulf livery at his machine, the 917, as you would expect. And Alexandra Hayner in the 143. She was really quick in that first half of that race where she had to pit. Reto Eberle will start next up in 15th at his 220. Klaus Drayman in the 409 starts 16th. 17th is Matthew Hatley in the 401, and Alan Watts starts 18th in his 225. Larry Haas starts next up, 19th overall in his 228. Adam Abrams in the 704. Starting 21st, John Krylo in the 682, and Greg Scarcello in the 486 starts 24th. Then we've got the 23rd starting spot of Andrew Wayman in the number 1, and Alicia Ray in the 24. Next up, then Karen Robinson in the 25, starts 25th in the 346, 26, Kunal Hinjua starts in the 813. Then Enrique Mar starts 27th in his 219. Bob Chang in the 727 starts 28. 29th, Mike Podius starts in the 170, and the number 30, Brian O'Mara, will start in the 30th spot. Check that. Jerry Chang starts 31st in the 262. 32, Dominique Ong starts next up. And then Alex Maslov will start his 209 in row 17 in the 33rd spot. Cars are out on their pace lap. And there is a split start in this category. So you basically you have the GT3 cars and the like. They start in their own group up front. They're a little bit quicker in just terms of car potential. And then the Boxster Specs will start in the next category as well. And we had a couple of really fun battles unfolding in the first of the 3 Orange Cup or orange group races, more accurately, earlier on. And it should be a great race. Again, 8 laps or 25 minutes. And usually they'll do everything they can to give you the full 8 laps. That's a kind of a key for them here. And but just in case there's some reason that they have to shorten it, they can say, all right, it's only going to be 25 minutes here. You know, if there's something pretty significant that happens. So cars making their way around. GT3 Cup machines, or the GT3 cars, lots of different sounds out of those GT3 machines. Of course, the Boxster specs all have a fairly similar engine note, but the engine note of a Porsche engine, and few things are more beautiful than that. Here you see, here's the exit of 17. We're staring right at that 17, and there is 16. Normally a really fast corner, and then into a hard braking zone. Right now, of course, everybody just taking it nice and easy as we work our way through here. All right, here we go. Out of that final turn, watch for the green flag to fly. Race split group 1, I should say, is green. We are racing. Oh, and again, the outside car did it in that first race. It did it again, just used that wider arc in. And that's because you're not coming all the way from the exit of 18. It's just from that start line. So you can run that wider line all the way through. So down through turn 3. Ooh, big moment there. Inside car got crossed up. Outside car went wide. Here we go for the Boxster spec start. And you can see how big a field that is. And Wonderling looked like he really put together a great launch here. Basin Kilnani, they were right up in the front, but Murray Wonderly trying to make some moves early here. It was interesting in that first race earlier today. Basin led most of it, and then Kilnani found a way around him. But let's watch what happens here. This opening lap, when you're all grouped together, there's some pretty tricky stuff you want to negotiate well here. Well, I'll tell you, side by side, heading down through turn 4. The exit just like that. Okay, now don't try and just barge your way back on. You made the mistake. Rejoin gently. Oop, another off there. Just drop that left rear. All's good. A couple other guys duking it out. That turn 5 and 12 here are not corners you want to try an outside pass on, because way too many people overshoot it and go wide anyway. Oh, what a gorgeous sound. All right, feeding their way through the never-ending. It's a 180-degree corner, but it just goes on forever through 8, now 9. Ooh, the background, somebody went off massively. Fortunately, there's a fair amount of runoff back there, so, you know, the only problem is, as you can see in the foreground here, you know, this is desert, and some of those rocks that are sitting off side of the track are pretty big, so. All right. Through turn 12. Still some good action unfolding here, but the GT3 car should be heading up. Oh, 3 abreast through 12. That's just insane, and they made it work. Good for them. All right. Blowing up and over 13, 14, 15 here. And Phil Town has the lead over John Momeyer in GT3 with Espazio Zura sitting in the third spot. Let's update what's unfolding here. Chris Basin does hang on to the lead here in the 457. Doing a nice job with Nick Kilnani sitting in second. Murray Wonderly with that great start sits third. Chris McDuff fourth. And Matt Hollander in fifth right now. And here we go. There's Basin, the all-white machine. Kilnani black with the blue roof. Oh, look at that. That is Ryan Moore. Diving down. I think he was trying to get underneath Matt Hollander there. Here they go, working their way out. Ooh, is that same car running almost off again, looked like? That's really pushing it, the envelope through there. Ooh, was that a little bit of smoke? At first I thought it might just be some dust, but when nobody else did it through there, and it could be something just, oh, how about this? What a move underneath right there. Was that Momeyer making a move for the lead? What a thing of beauty. That was really, really nice down to the inside. Yep, and leads up and through 13, 14, 15. Momeyer over town with Zuras right there. Here they come. Beating through 17 and now onto the front straight after exiting 18. And there it is. Huh. That's what it was. Okay. So it's Town over Momeyer. Momeyer just passed Vandershoot is what we watched. There is your leader, Phil Town. And Vandershoot gets him back. Yeah, those top three, that battle between Momeyer and Vandershoot under 0.4 of a second. Oh, they're having a great scrap here. And Phil Town, he's just checked out here. There's Vandershoot, then Momeyer, and Zuras is incredibly close right now. And Michael Greenberg, who in our first race in GT5, I think podiumed in that one, and he had a problem early. I wonder if he was the car that had that big off that we saw that gathered it up. Because he's about 11 seconds back of Bear Saleli in fifth, but he is turning some wickedly quick laps. He's turning 239s, and that was that recovery lap while his tires were still probably junked up. So there it is. That's a lot of smoke through there. Now, that could be just the roll of the car, onto the tire perhaps. Or, I don't know if that would be lockup for that long a period through there is the problem. And normally when you're a pursuing driver and you see that kind of smoke, right? Whether it's from tire rub or something else generating the smoke, that is a massive motivator to catch that guy and just pressure him relentlessly. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to our Boxsters. Big group of them, and they put on one heck of a scrap. Boy, I'll tell you, was that 8 cars duking it out for a position here? That's fantastic. Heading down into Nighthawk. Again, sort of a mini reverse corkscrew, except that you climb right there, as opposed to continuing to drop down the hill. Here is that wonderful battle. Woo! You leave the door open, that's what's going to happen. Now, he got a little bit better exit because at the exit, the car that just made that pass had to really tighten his radius up, and that means you got to wait a little bit longer to get to the throttle. And that's all part of it. That's that momentum we're talking about. And to get even a little bit more technical here is big protection move there in. But to get even a little bit more technical, when I say it's about physics, it's about energy transfer, weight transfer and energy transfer. So if you turn in and then you can't unwind at the exit, if you just still try and go to the throttle, you just push. The car won't steer. It understeers off and hits, and then you could hit somebody out there. And that's what I mean by the transfer of energy. You've got to wait and not get too much energy out of those front tires and let them guide the car around the corner before you accelerate, release the energy from the front to the back. And of course, when you accelerate, you squat, so the weight comes off of the front and you just push. So, these guys putting on a race here. Still Basin leading over Kilnani, and Basin has opened his margin up front just a little bit. But Wonderly in the 614, who's sitting third in the boxer category, has a very small margin over Chris McDuff right now. Oh, boy, that was a nice bet. Just threw it down the inside. Sometimes you just got to be decisive like that. The guy left that door open a little bit, and sometimes you can tell. You're watching the car and you're going, yeah, he's just gone wide. There's no way he can turn that back. If he does, he's going to spin. And so then you feel kind of confident about, all right, I'm going to stick it in there. Now there's a look at Kilnani, and then Wonderly behind him in that red car. Just enjoying watching these cars around this wonderful track here. Ooh, straddling the curbs a little bit there. That was a nice job by that car, just moving over and letting Kilnani go through. Then Wonderly, McDuff. There's Kilkenny, black car with the blue roof. That other car is down a lap. Then is Wonderly, and then here comes this battle, McDuff and Malloy. Nick Malloy, young man, doing a really nice job. Then Hollander, there's the 917 of Moore. That's an easy car number to pick out because it's running the Gulf Wire colors that the 917s ran at Le Mans, or some of them did, the factory effort. There's Wonderly and the lap car. Then these two having a great scrap for fourth and fifth. Then a little gap back to Hollander. And here comes Ryan Moore. So Basin, comfortable margin up front. In Boxster Spec, Phil Town, comfortable margin up front in GT5 and overall right now. This is a beautiful time here, too. Starting to get into a little bit later afternoon, and being winter, the sun's a little lower in the sky sooner. And now you start to see, depending upon what angle we're looking at, those rich colors start to hit those mountains. All right, 3 to go. Somebody on the rev limiter there. There's Hollander. There's more. They work their way through turn 1. There's Kilnani. There's Wonderly. Both McDuff and Malloy have gotten around that lap car. That one right there. Hollander's chomping at the bit to do the same. He doesn't want to give up any of that margin he's got back to Ryan Moore right now. Well, we had some pretty serious stuff. Look at this coming at us here. Woo! Throwing that around there. You could hear the tire chirp, floating so much speed through that turn 3. Ooh, side by side through 4, both of them not giving up an inch. And now the 4th car in the queue making a big move down to the inside into 5. He does. He pulls it off, but can he get it woed down? He does. And gets it going. And we've got a yellow, we understand, out on the track. That's at turn 5 right now. We're watching things in turn 8. Oh, now we have a waving. Oh, session is stopped. Red flag. Red flag. We have not seen what happened, but okay, well, we've got a red flag on track right now. And you can see the cars. Generally, the rule in club racing with a red flag is you come safely but as quickly as possible to a stop. And then the corner workers, and we've talked about how critical they are, will be talking to race control. And at some point, race control will then convert it to a black flag, which means you can now drive slowly into the pits. So that's generally what happens here. Now, this isn't, there are lots of different club racing, but they generally try, when flagging, try and follow a similar format. So it looks like most of the drivers have done exactly right, just pulled over and stopped safely. And then they will eventually get released to drive into the pit lane. And at that point, it'll be decided, do we continue racing or do we go back to the last completed lap and call it complete? But that's obviously the reason you do this, and the reason it's literally in all of the coaching and training and everything is so if there is a red flag, which usually means something along the lines of at least, like complete track blockage or something more serious, it allows the EV crews, emergency vehicle crews, to be able to quickly respond to the incident on a track where there's no kind of vehicles even moving. They're just stopped off to the side and around they can go. So, all right, we just got a report that it was a small fire, which happens. You go off in the wrong spot. There is like the brush if you get out there, whatever. But anyways, a small fire is put out. Driver is just fine. However, because of how long this will take to sort of recycle everything, we have just received word that our orange group race here for the POC Cup Racing Series, the orange group race number 2, has been called. There you see the black flag, which means these drivers will be released to the pits. But essentially, this, from what we're told, this race is done. Which is a shame, because we had some serious battles that were starting to shape up out there, looking pretty interesting. Not for our overall leader or for our Boxster spec leader. They both had some pretty comfortable margins, but for the rest of their field, there were some spots where they were seriously getting after it. So while we have a moment before we get the cars over and into the paddock area, just want to remind everybody that we've got another day of racing tomorrow. And we will be live back on the air just at 7:55 local time, 10:55 Eastern, depending upon where you might be watching. And we will get right into red category qualifying. And that's two 15-minute groups. Then we'll get right into orange group qualifying. Then we take a break while some of the other classes that run here, time trials, etc., unfold. Then we come back with our second red group race. And man, did we have some phenomenal battles in our red group race today. And then after another break, we are right back with the final race of the weekend, the orange group race. And the target is to be done before noon on Sunday, giving everybody plenty of time to be able to make the drive back to wherever, let's just say, from whence they came. So that's our schedule tomorrow. And I also want to take a moment here to say a huge thank you to our director, Dustin Allis, who has cut some absolutely incredible racers today. Just an awesome job. And then our on-site producer is Ryan West. And boy, does he do a lot of stuff. Setting up cameras, changing out cameras, all kinds of things as these cars make their way into the paddock area. 227 there of Kilnani. Working his way in. And here comes some of the rest of the competitors. That's the 227. Casetta Kilnani. 457 of Chris Basin. Boy, did he have a great race. You know, we're talking that race probably went with the red flag 20 minutes. And you can see how red the faces are of some of these drivers. Wiping the sweat off and the like. And that's just because this takes work.
But no, it was fun where we were. I don't know what went on there, but
okay.
Hopefully everybody's all right.
Yeah, the track went silent for a bit, right?
Yeah, red flag.
Okay.
I know, I looked next time, so I'm not sure what happened, but when red, they black flag and brought us in.
Yeah, all right.
How are you?
Good, how are you? You too.
Good start. We got a good start again.
Love that livery right there. That Miller High Life livery. Gosh, so evocative.
So, DNF, huh? Everybody?
Oh yeah. That guy's
Any, I know the race got kind of held back there, but any post-race words?
It was great field. The track was amazing, and yeah, too short. It went, went earlier, but great race.
All right.
So everybody graced.
Thank you, Rito. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear that.
Got in the way. I had to go offline, and then you and Larry. But how'd you? I don't even see how I got around you in the first place. You started in front of me, right?
Oh, it turned 1 or 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
we're all bunched up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that. I'm like,
I did. I was like,
there we go. Yeah, I know.
It was really good racing.
Really?
In it. We were all side by side. Oh yeah. I've heard that.
So I know the race got hey.
You can't say that.
Oh man.
Yes.
No, yeah.
YouTube thing.
So here, I'll interview you. The race got.
I didn't even get out there. My engine didn't start, so. But it didn't start on fire, so it's better than could be worse.
Okay. Is that what happened out on track?
That's what I heard. But again, I was in the pits trying to figure out why my
Your
car's not
car.
getting fuel.
Okay. All right. Well, better safe than any worse. All right.
There's always some aggressive ones, and there's always the.
Hey there.
There's always. Good cardio.
Some. I know the race didn't actually finish, but any pre or post race words?
We finished one piece and we're happy about it.
Nice move going into third before the green flag.
Yeah. I could. Yeah. Well, because the pace was so quick. I was dragging the brake and I was in second, but I'm like, this is going to not go well, So I just went into third and kept my foot on the brake and then
Any post race, even though it didn't finish?
Keep within your skill level. That's what I did.
Okay.
And it was good.
And it was great, right? There you go. So, different Miata this time?
Yes, my higher horsepower Miata, my GT5, I had no clutch after qualifying. So I had a dear friend who lives nearby and she has a Miata in one of the garages here and it has 60 horsepower less, but it was fun.
Okay.
At least I could race and have a good time.
Yeah.
So,
all right. Thank you.
It's a good tactic. That's how you go.
Oh, I try to get it full throttle. I'm trying to push the extra.
Okay. After the first race, now all four of us from the top 10, so that's pretty good. Yep. We're doing good.
Mike, could I get a few words from you on camera?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Sure.
All right. So your team just keeps killing it, man. And so how does that feel for you as a coach for how many drivers?
It's unbelievable. 4 drivers with the Rebel Racing squad. They love the sport. They love racing and competing. And it's really cool to see them running so well, after putting in so much work, so much effort, and just having basically a flawless day. It's what you really hope for. You never expect it to happen, but certainly a delight when it does.
Nice. Thank you, Mike.
In a day.
So not quite what we expected, right?
Not quite what we expected. I had so much fun. What was it not to expect? It was fantastic. It was a great drive.
There it is.
I like that guy.
All right, let's get this done. And the front tire was going like this. Oh, it's horrible. Okay, so you went back and fixed that. Yeah, by that time.
Oh, okay, that's what I was meaning. I heard that there was no finish.
Oh no, we just finished under a red flag. So
Oh, okay, that's right.
yeah. I passed him
All
under red flag. Take number 3. Get number 1.
Go.
Thank you. Give me in the middle here.
Okay. And then I'll take the cars in the back. Yep.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Bear
Here's the
with me.
podium.
This is excellent.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you guys.
Celebrate.
Yep.
Yay!
Celebrate it. Nice. Thank you.
Too good. Do it again.
And who do we have next?
Boxers. Good drive, man. Good drive. Thank you. Get the trophy back.
All right.
I'm going to introduce you to somebody.
T1?
And he's going to meet you later. Good to see you guys.
All right, well, I'll get the cars in the background. Yep, right there. All right, so we get 2 shots right, 1, nice and composed. Okay, and 3, 2, 1. Now celebration. 3, 2, 1. Nice, thank you.
Where's the Vex? Yeah, there he is.
Oh,
I'll take the first place.
yeah. No more all 3?
No, we'll do the top 5 boxers. Yeah.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's get another. Yep. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Are we going to scales?
Yeah. Okay. So fire, huh?
All right, folks. Hope you enjoyed the podium. Hope you enjoyed the racing. Hate that it ended a little early, but when you've got an incident like that, you just have to be safe above being sorry if you try and race through it. That was the right call. And nonetheless, we still got an absolutely fabulous day of activity here on this really remarkable track. I just love this place, the Charleston Peak full track here. Now, remember, we're going to be back tomorrow for our next Porsche Owners Club broadcast, right back here at Spring Mountain Motor Resort and Country Club. And 8 a.m., we will be back on the air with you and getting ready to go for a nice day of activity. Again, we've got 2 qualifying sessions per group. So we will have red group quali, then orange group quali. Then we'll have a little bit of a break. Then we'll have our second of 2 red group races, and then another break. And then we wrap the day up with our third of our 3 orange group races. So don't miss it. It should be great. If today was anything to go by, we're going to have some fabulous racing tomorrow. Again, a huge thank you to the guys from DriversEye Live, Dustin Allis and Ryan West, and Brandon Kazmarek, who is sort of the head of DriversEye Live and also very involved in it. I'm Greg Creamer. It's been so nice to have all of you with us, and it has been a treat calling this action for the Porsche Owners Club from Pahrump, Nevada, and the Charleston East Circuit here at Spring Mountain. We will see you tomorrow morning.